was a bit of a slow start. It's all good. We do a little bit of trolling. I see Elon and Musk. Elon Trump. Dumbass. Idiot. Stupid! Why am I so dumb? That's a rhetorical question. This is all rhetorical. It's always been rhetorical. Did I forget to click done again? I hate my life! Lovely. Boo. Boo-hoo. Finish this damn filtration system. Get the fucking goddamn super capacitors made. Then start from there, shall we? I could also make legendary science, couldn't I? With all these legendary supercapacitors that we're making. Could. Ain't nothing stopping me from that. Bum. Lovely. Alright, let's figure out our filtration system and a bunch of other shit first. I'm gonna flip on that fucking superconductor, legendary superconductor farm. Factory. I'm gonna call it a farm. Whatever. I wanna flip on that bad boy. And then also have a bunch of rocket production as well. We'll need that too. For that area. So for that area, we need to save the solid fuel, low density structures, and the processing units. A bunch of processing units. And we need those for rocket production so we can ship out the superconductors. So we'll also need to produce a bunch of light oil, but that's not... That's fine. That's easy. Shitto. Alright. What do we need to finish this shit off? Concrete, steel, gears. Thank you, bot, for notifying. Very cool. This may be a little overkill, but whatever. These things always produce shit tons of fucking gears, so better to have a fuck ton of just eating through all that gear production. Okay, so we're gonna have a little area where we're going to save a bunch of the low density structures because we need rockets. Okay, lovely. Solid fuel and the other stuff taken care of. Now we have to also make other necessary stuff. Such as a bot network. It doesn't need to be too extensive, though. Okay, that should be good enough. Do. Lightning collector, lightning collector. Stick you there. Stick you there. Stick you there. Lovely. Okay, so the LDS, we're gonna need to make a separate area that can process a lot of the copper. The copper and the iron plates. So you are gonna be for iron plates. You are for copper. What else do we get? We get copper wire. Red circuits can just stay in the loop. Batteries can stay in the loop. We need holmium, we need stone. Otherwise they can stay in the loop because they're quick to process. Our processing of holmium solution can be done elsewhere. Like we can just take this apart as need be. Because we need to make holmium plate. And we need to make the superconductors. The reason we need those is because we need them to jumpstart the operation here. So, 3 separate inputs are necessary, right? We need the batteries, we need superconductors, we need holmium, and we need electronic circuits. We have 3 different inputs here. Where does the holmium come into play? This is interesting. So this one is for green circuits. So So this one's green circuits. This one is batteries. This one is for the superconductors, and this one is for the holmium. Okay, good. So none of that order's been basically established. Right, I came here to get some more bulk inserters. Should make them... Yes, I do make them here, obviously. Gimme. Alright, the contraption is now complete. Okay, what we need to do now is we need to make... Well, first we're going to change these to circuits. So this will be for circuits. We're gonna have a shit ton of fucking circuits. So the problem is if we're getting green circuits from here, they enter through here. I guess that's what these things are for, to act as like a buffer for all the circuits that are coming in. So there's gonna be a lot of green circuits. The problem that I'm thinking of that could happen is just that there's just not enough, like, just not enough fucking throughput. Okay, next one. This one's gonna be for the batteries. So again, we need to have a starter for this shit. Batteries. Then it's superconductors and holmium. Okay. Alright, now we can put in our ice processing. In fact, I could probably tear this apart. All right, we're going to use this bottom segment here for ice processing and holmium creation. Honestly, I should have moved this all up to begin with, and not have these things be so fucking separated as the way I did. It's a slight mistake, but it's not the end of the world, to be honest. As for plates, it's basically going to be the exact same configuration as this shit, but the opposite way. So we probably don't need as many. Well, well, well. If it isn't that son of a bitch, Boy Meets Minnie. What the hell is going on here? That motherfucking Boy Meets Minnie. Well, well, well. If it isn't that motherfucker Zane. Well, well, well. These bastards. Alright, we do the same thing here, but we do it with copper cable instead, of course. The great thing about this design is I can always add more to it just by sticking an underground like that. As you can clearly see, I'm creating another masterpiece. Huh? What kind of you plotting against me? I will destroy all of you in the marketplace of ideas. I will debate you right now, and I will destroy all of you. I will. I am racist. People always talk about the people's racist past, but never about their racist futures. And no one ever talks about my racist future.
Oh, good. You're getting more based by the day.
Where's the Fortnet? We need a little bit more racism, I think. Amazing. Wallet empty. And there's just a cat in there. Pop cat, what are you doing inside of the wallet? Yes, silly cat. I need more undergrounds, don't I? Okay, this is gonna be ice processing, because we need water. I hear people being amused. We'll figure out the whole logistics of these pipes. It's all about braking technique, folks. It helps you be more racist. That's true. And Lord knows, I need to have everything I can do to become as racist as possible. Everybody knows that I am the most racist Twitch streamer on the planet. We all know this. Many people are saying that Daharumba is very racist. That's true, folks. Trust me, I've seen him myself. He's not a very pleasant character, folks. Let me tell you, folks. Nasty. He's very nasty. Very nasty. A very nasty character that Daharumba is. Nasty woman. Nasty woman. really need RoboPort coverage in this area, to be honest. It's unnecessary. My washing machine is going fucking ham at the moment right now. It is losing its fucking mind. Insert meme here with like the eagle saying the left has gone absolutely insane. Oh, it was bouncing on it. It's just going like, it's like shaking and shit. Man, it's probably because it's at the point of the wash where it's just like, oh, we gotta shake a little bit, and it should be fine. Okay, water. I don't know. 6 of these should be more than enough. That is not 6. It'll be fine. Water complete. Now, with water, the next part is holmium solution. We need stone in the ore. Ha! Olge. Olge. Points and laugh. Old. Points and laughs. Old. Okay, so for holmium solution, we need to fit in a bunch of shit. So not only do we need water, we also need stone, and the ore. These are definitely going to be beaconed up. And I may need some more of these. Pink rock. There's a stone. Change the output priority. This is not an easy fit. I need to move this over by one more tile. Yeah, I can't believe you're now an unk like Boy Meets Mini. Darn shame. Unk meets Mini. It's over for Boy Meets Mini now. It's over. You have been unked. Yeah. It's Jover. Life is now over. You have been unkified. I don't have any longhand inserters. There you go. That's holmium solution taken care of. Now that we have holmium solution, let's get our foundries and begin to put in production for holmium plates. It's probably a little overkill, but meh. All of these designs are beaconable. And now we also need to put in superconductors. The beacons can go in like so. Very simple and clean. I have no more fucking underground belts. You. Get me more. Go. Go. Now we need to make you superconductors. Jesse Waters of India. I can only imagine how insufferable that dude probably is. Because Jesse Waters is very stupid and extremely insufferable. Also a rapist. Jesse Waters is basically like the replacement that Fox News came up with for Tucker Carlson. After they got rid of Tucker Carlson. For being basically a little too on the nose with the white nationalism. Oh, you know, he only had Nazis on his fucking, as a part of his writing staff. Nothing too ridiculous. Only just only a couple of Nazis. You know, not too crazy. Only a few Nazis. Only a few forum goers of, like, I don't know, like, typical, like, right-wing schizos. We can be flexible with this as well. So, okay. So we need the electromagnetic plants to make ourselves superconductors. And we need the holmium plate that we're going to be making, as well as some of the other stuff. Could probably get rid of this. We'll still have good coverage for that. Okay, lovely. Boy Meets Mini streaming on the year of our Lord, 2025? What the? What kind of racism is this? Typical Boy Meets Mini. Okay, well, you have fun with that, I guess. You have fun probably being racist or something. As one does. That's true. That's true. That is true. Typical Boy Meets Mini doing his anti-Anglo racism. Okay, so we need to think about the light oil. Why don't we do it like this? No, the substation's still getting in the way. Okay, so that's that done. Now for all of the holmium that we definitely will be needing for this. Okay, so the initial holmium input is over here. And this is for the superconductors. Then we also need plastic and copper. Let me look at the superconductor recipe. 111, one of all of them. Okay. Need plastic, copper. Ooh, this is gonna be a little tight. Make the output priority go like this. If I do this, that should be good. Okay. Plastic will come here. Copper will come here. Perfect. Lovely. And the holmium comes this way. Okay, that's the holmium for you guys. Okay, that's that done. You. Yes, you have collected what you need. Lovely, because I need them. Then we make a separate little area for our light oil production. That's not gonna work. Plastic. Nice and symmetrical. I could also make this one nice and symmetrical, actually. Lovely. I love symmetry. Now, I could move these over, but I don't think I have. I don't have to do that. Because we'll just not have any more belts. Alright, to Fulgora you go. Wrap around like so, and if we need to add any more areas, we can add them. We'll hook the whole thing up, and then it'll be ready to go. The only bottleneck that could potentially be a problem is holmium. That is always a bottleneck. Holmium is always the bottleneck. Right, I need to somehow fit in beacons. Oh, no, wait, no, I did fit in beacons here already. Right. I already did that. Okay. The only other concern that I may have is, not enough consumption and the belts backing up. That would be a problem, because if the belts back up right around here, that's a problem. Because then the whole thing will stop. Now, we could use circuit logic to try to help with that. Say, hey, if there's an X amount here, stop. Halt production. Now, there is one more thing we need to put in as well. Since we're going to be making light oil, and we don't need a ton of light oil. gonna siphon that light oil, or to make rocket fuel. Make parts for rockets, and also have an avenue of shipping off our legendary superconductors, which is the only reason why we're doing this. As well as if we need to make use of legendary supercapacitors as well. We'll shove the rockets somewhere here. But yeah, again, this is the only potential bottleneck problem, is going to be the holmium. You can always shove in another sort of, not retinue, but another production area for holmium if we aren't producing enough holmium, because we need a lot of holmium solution. Right, we also need to make electrolyte. Forgot about that. Electrolyte also requires holmium solution. That'll be the normal entry point. We're going to have the other side be the entry point instead. Right. I need electrolyte as well. Well, the good thing about this design is we can flip it around. It's not that difficult. I may have to move this stuff. In fact, I'm definitely going to move this stuff up further. Gives me a little bit more room to work with. The pumps. Okay, light oil production. Simple cracking setup will do just fine. Alright. Put in all of your undergrounds. Go forth. Lovely. Now, I guess another potential concern is that I might not be chewing through enough scrap. We'll get to that problem when we need to. Okay. Now, electrolyte. What do we need to produce electrolyte? We need stone. Heavy oil and holmium. That's not too hard. So what we can do is we can sort of yoink it from here. We can sort of just shove it in over here. Pull it down. Okay, well, let's just take care of the light oil first. Heavy oil is not a problem because heavy oil is everywhere, so I don't care about heavy oil. I have to also figure out where we're gonna just put in the fucking substation as well. Here works. I didn't quite cover everything. We're like 2 tiles off. That's annoying. Let's do this. That's fine. That works. Okay, so that's that done. Oil. We need cracking, which means more chemical plants. Just shove the oil like this. Don't need a crazy amount of these things. Only one offshore pump is probably necessary because it pumps 3,000 per second. So one should be more than enough for heavy oil. Alright, heavy oil for cracking, done. All of our light oil. Connected. As for the rest, we'll take care of that soon enough. Okay, the only thing that's left now is the electrolyte. Only thing we need for that is stone. We don't need a crazy amount of electrolyte. Electrolyte is pretty easy. Let's do something a little interesting. Why don't we just shove it in like this? Have the input come into the middle. Okay, so our heavy oil can easily just yoink it up this way. This is holmium. Need more pipe. Forgot how annoying fluid inputs with the fucking goddamn, how annoying fluid inputs with the fucking electromagnetic plant is. Very irritating. Just awkward angles and stuff. Yeah, we'll do our whole shebang, shabong once we're done with this bit. We're almost done. We just need the electrolyte, and then we need to just flip the thing on. And then connect the rest of our fucking... whatever the fuck. Right. Also, we need to figure out how we're going to fucking input the, stone. Hey, I'll do this. Okay, holmium on the outside. The inside's gonna have all of our heavy oil. Yes, I think I like that. Because now what I can do... is this. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, heavy oil, done. Ugh. Flip the lights. The holmium. I'm really one fucking tile short is very annoying. Whatever. Alright, that's the holmium connected. Heavy oil connected, the holmium is connected. Now we just need to connect the electrolyte itself. And the one input can slot perfectly so in the middle. Done. And like so, we can even fit in beacons here as well. We'll do that. Because these are all 3 away. Well, that's actually perfect right there. That is absolutely fantastically perfect. That is a good little design right there. It should be more than enough holmium. Or electrolyte. Now to bring the electrolyte over. Okay, there we go. So there is the electrolyte, the water, everything else I think should be fine. There. Now, rocket parts, rocket fuel, and that's that. We'll stick the rockets in the middle here. As for everything else, they can simply just get trashed. Or we can add additional bits for that trashing. That should be fine. The only thing I'm concerned about is just electrical circuits. Is green circuits. I think we are ready to flip this thing on. Final connecting piece. Go. Go forth. Not 28k scrap per minute, I think. And no jams in the belts. We love it when a build comes together, don't we, folks? And it seems like these are keeping up just fine for the time being. Still concerned about the amount of gear wheels, of course. the hell did some of these... Not exactly sure how fucking iron plates are getting on here, and that's a bit of a problem. Where the hell do these iron plates keep coming from? Well, as soon as that shit starts to get going, it's gonna be relatively easy to just keep up. For now, it's just we need the holmium. Did I not connect the holmium to the thing? How are we doing in terms of holmium? Not great. Like, I figured this would have been the bottleneck. This is gonna put more strain on that bottleneck. Oh, I see the problem. This is turned the wrong way. Oh. I'm just a complete dumbass. Okay, I don't need that. Alright, well, figured out that problem. Lovely. Alright. And these things are starting to produce their first several shitters. Okay, this is all going just fine. Lovely. Huh? Oh, we have some dumbass in YouTube chat talk about why I'm hating on Asmongold. Because Asmongold is the largest political content creator and organizes harassment campaigns. That's why. You should hate on Asmongold. Asmongold is a reprehensible wretch. Hating on Asmongold is the correct thing to do. So, yeah. You should hate on Asmongold. Asmongold is a net negative for the society. So, hating on him is correct. Monhunt now released this mode, and if you get to the end, you get a medal, so I'm desperately trying to revamp all your gear. Nice! You have like 50 plus days. Alright. Why don't we start now? Because the thing that we just built seems to be working just fine. Just fantastic. Just great. I didn't have multi-chat open, so I guess I missed this Asmongold fan. Oh well. But yeah, you should hate on Asmongold. I don't give a fuck. Fuck Asmongold. He's a piece of shit. Simply put. He organizes, leads harassment campaigns. So, personally, if you are a fan of Asmongold, you can do better for yourself, I'll be honest. You can engage with better content creators. Simply put, I don't really give much of a fuck. Asmongold is a reprehensible fucking Cronenbergian monster, so. Lovely. There's one thing I want to definitely do is make fun of the abundance agenda. I love making fun of the abundance agenda. Alright, let's pull up this bad boy. Too bad Boy Meets Mini's not here for his pal Mark Andreessen, so. Oh well. I want to find also, it's a majority report clip, but I just want to find the clip itself. What? Ezra Klein, Chamath, Polyptia. Because he was, like, doing a talk with, Chamath, Polyptia. Or he was, like, talking about, hey, you know, well, you can't be saying these things because it sounds like corruption. I don't want to pull up the majority report clip about it because they're just going to, like, steal the thunder. Not that I have a problem with that, but yeah, like, it's very telling that, I think David Sachs and Chamath Polyptia, if the main problems you're having is with political corruption, the fact that Democrats don't want to fucking listen to you, and you're crying about it, you can eat shit, so. I think the YouTube guy is gone. That's okay, though. Yeah, for the YouTube guy, if you support a guy who has promoted Nazi ideals and has roaches in a room, I think you should reevaluate yourself. But yeah, you know, I can just copy and paste. And all he said was, bro, why are you hating on Asmongold? Lame Ash, not gonna lie. I don't know what the fuck that means, but okay. Hope you better yourself and learn to love yourself more and stop being focused on other people. Good luck. Okay, like, he's the biggest political content creator currently on probably the planet. I think that's pretty safe to say. He's currently the largest political content creator. He reaches millions of people every single day. If you are a left-leaning political content creator, you should do everything possible to push vociferously against Asmongold's thoughts and ideas as much as fucking possible. If you think that I'm not bettering myself, I just vacuumed my room recently and took out the garbage, which is more than Asmongold can say for, I don't know, most of his 30-plus year existence. I cleaned my space that I live in every single week. I dusted today. I vacuumed today. I have to take out the trash. And the recycling. Trash and recycling. And I did my laundry. Well, I have to go now pick up the laundry, dry, put it in the dryer, and then, fold my laundry. Which is what you're supposed to do. That's like a normal adult. Not for, what? Asmongold. That's like, he can't do that because he's like a Cronenbergian monster. So... well, what can you do? What can you do? I think I'm just gonna get the fucking, I'm just gonna get the majority report clip, I think. Fuck it. Let's see. As recline. Actually, let's just do it this way. Bum ba dum bum bum ba dum. Do 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 do. Like, cause here's the fucking thing with all of these fucking morons. Like, the recent sort of, like, literally the recent video was him talking about, and it's the stupidest fucking talking point on the planet, where he decided to make fun of Hassan for, like, having a 15-minute interview with Bernie when, Bernie was on doing political tours and rallies at that time. He is probably a very busy man. They're making fun of Hassan's credentials as a citizen journalist. Anyone can be like a fucking citizen journalist. Whereas what has Asmongold done with his sort of career, besides, like, I don't know, do stupid probable podcast appearances and, I don't know, smear blood teeth from his, blood from his teeth on the walls and use the dead rat as an alarm clock. So, it's a little strange. Like, if I recall correctly, I believe Hassan had an hour-and-a-half interview with Jean-Luc Mélenchon. Yeah, about an hour and 27 minutes. He talked with Jean-Luc Mélenchon. And of course, since Asmongold is, and his viewers are not very intelligent whatsoever, they're very stupid people. Jean-Luc Mélenchon is a leader of a political party in France. He's the leader of the French left political coalition. Called, I don't know, it's like the Union France or something, whatever. He's the current leader of the left in France, which is the second biggest party behind Macron's party. Or they may be bigger than Macron. But they are pretty much tied, more or less, in terms of vote share with the far right, who are the current... I think they're the current leading party. I think they have the most support currently in the French parliament. But, again, do Asmongold viewers know this? No. They don't know that. They know none of this. So, yeah. They're just stupid. They're just really dumb. Oh, but Hassan's like a really bad interviewer. You're just jealous of that fact. That you're just mad about that fact, bro. It's just like, no, like no, it's stupid. They're like, it's really fucking dumb. Like, it's just really dumb. I'll be quite honest. Let's see. Ezra Klein. Which means I should keep making fun at all times and keep attacking constantly Asmongold, because biggest political content creator, and he's a miserable wretch. So as far as I'm concerned, yeah, you should just keep shitting on him. Where the fuck is what I'm looking for? Abundance pitch fell short. No. I don't want to watch the whole fucking podcast with, like, it's David Sachs and, like, I found the podcast that Ezra Klein was a part of where literally those two dipshits talked about this, but, the problem is that, because I just want the clips, like, that's all I want. But it quite literally just shows the failings of the Democratic Party. Not the Democratic Party, but like, yeah, honestly, yeah, the Democratic Party. Libertarian billionaires. Democratic Party. Perfect. This is what I wanted.
The whole thing, but
thank you, Sam Cedar. Now it's really a matter of just finding the part of the video I'm looking for exactly. But it's very telling that Ezra Klein basically has, like, nothing about this. Because, like, the only, like, for whatever reason, the problem that these dipshits are having with the billionaires in particular is that they are just simply not as corrupt as the Republican Party. Like, not as openly corrupt as the Republicans. Which is just, like, it's really dumb. Like, really fucking stupid. Like, on a level of just, like, brain-deadedly stupidness that I never would have expected, so, you know.
Comment about, like, something I couldn't get a
So this was the if we recall correctly, I took a look at this. I think it was the David Dole video talking into this. This was when Chamath Palihapitiya was basically just complaining about the fact, like, oh, why isn't the Democratic Party as corrupt as the Republican one? I gave so much time and effort and calls to the Democrats, and they don't reward me with special attention. And it's just like, bro, like, you're just admitting that, like, you just want political corruption. Like, that's it. No, but, like, I call, like, a guy with the Trump administration, and the dude just wholeheartedly is incapable of seeing, like, what the problem with it is, because it should be obvious what the fucking problem with it is. The problem is the fact that this is a dichotomy that exists whatsoever, and people have a problem with that. It's silly. But whatever. Citizens united in its consequences.
where you're allied now. But before I came on the show, I had gone on X and I saw a clip of you going around where you're saying that one of the problems with the Biden administration was that you couldn't get anybody on the phone. And in the Trump administration, you make the call, the deputy chief of staff picks up, you say, hey, I need you to talk to this company.
So it should be fairly obvious, and if Ezra, you know, has an understanding of politics, the obvious problem should be, you know, the fact that a billionaire wants to do this and can do this. So, you know, he doesn't make that recognition, but I think this is the exact part of the clip I want.
Where you're allied now.
Okay. All right. The good old abundance agenda. We love the abundance agenda. I'm saying this purely rhetorically. We don't actually like the abundance agenda. It's pretty dog shit. But what do we have here? Wow, big numbers. While abundance folks pitch their project as a way for Dems to win back power, the voters disagree. Uh-oh. You're telling me that the supposed agenda that wants to completely ignore the power and sort of influence that billionaires have, broadly speaking, within the oligarchic systems of the United States of America, you're telling me that these abundance agenda liberals are wholeheartedly, like, unwilling to sort of see the fact that that is the main vestige of problems? Because, again, when I did my whole analysis of the abundance agenda, there are points that Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson bring up that I agree with. Yes. Is there a lot of, like, stupid, annoying, like, bureaucratic red tape that can get in the way of whatever the fuck nonsense and bullshit? Yeah, for sure. I don't disagree with that. But trying to put that at the same level as to the power that money in politics via, like, Citizens United, one example of a particular Supreme Court hearing, to put that on the same sort of level as progressive lobbying groups is completely insane to me. I find that to be wholeheartedly ridiculous and illogical. But, you know, guess what? I guess average people are sort of seeing through the sort of abundance agenda. I wanted to say grift. I don't think it's a grift. I would disagree with that. I think it's definitely, like, a sort of, like, ideological sort of, like, undertailing, you know, underpinning. It makes sense, you know. There's something basis. There's a basis there within broader neoliberal sort of ideology there that makes sense. But, like I said before, like, I guess this also goes into my sort of, like, overall point of neoliberals are not liberal. Liberals and liberal capitalists understand that these sort of oligarchic systems, like Adam Smith, for example, he's a liberal, through and through, a fucking liberal. He would broadly say that the current system that exists right now with laissez-faire capitalism should be completely torn down, done away with, and redone. Adam Smith, the father of, like, broader liberal, like, post-monarchical, like, post, like, mercantilist systems. The father of fucking capitalism. Or at least, like, some of the thoughts behind capitalism. He would completely disagree with how society is being run. But for some reason, all these, like, dumbass neoliberals, don't agree with them. Even though they would probably cite him all the fucking time in terms, I don't know, in terms of, like, the philosophical, I don't know if rigor is the correct word that I'm really looking for. In terms of, like, philosophical sort of acumen, for us, like, people who would agree, for us, like, someone who would agree with it, you know, his, with the positions that neoliberals hold. Apparently not. He wouldn't. So that's funny. That's great. Fantastic. So 85% of independents in this poll said they were more likely to support a candidate making a populist argument compared to 45% for an abundance argument. Because the abundance arguments are basically saying, like, let's cut all the bureaucratic red tape. Let's just produce. If we just do capitalism more efficiently and better and just make a huge surplus of goods and items, therefore, we're not going to have any of these sort of problems with poverty. Which is just silly, right? Like, we've talked about this. The main problem is the fact that billionaires have so much fucking power and control. And I think that, broadly speaking, a lot of sort of, I would say liberals, but even, like, conservatives have, like, a pretty good understanding of, like, yeah, it's the billionaires, stupid. But let's see, driving the news. The survey of 1,200 registered voters by Demand Progress, a progressive advocacy organization, was designed to supply some hard data for the debate. It defined the abundance argument by starting off the sentence, the big problem is bottlenecks that make it harder to produce housing, expand energy production, or build new roads and bridges. Which can be an agreeable position. I don't disagree with this, right? That's not the main fucking problem. Like I've been saying before, the main issue is the fact that society currently caters to a very small minority population of people who are extremely fucking rich. Billionaires, millionaires, and whatever, they're apparatchiks and stuff like that. So, there's stuff in this initial argument that is agreeable. I don't disagree with this. There are bottlenecks. There are, like, groups that are constantly vying for, like, I don't know, different, like, sort of, like, political sort of jockeying for political control in order to be able to do certain projects and be able to pass particular, like, progressive, like, liberal progressive policy. Sure. I don't think that's silly to say. But to say this and just completely ignore the overwhelming, and broadly speaking, everyone sort of, like, recognizes just the sort of, like, overwhelming presence and prevalence that money has in fucking politics. Like, I mean, Elon Musk is still, like, more or less advising the current fucking president of the United States. He hasn't technically gone away. He's still there. He just had a fucking press conference with him. We're gonna fucking take a look at this. Like, this was not that long ago. Still there. Still there. But the idea that it's just, like, regular, like, just, you know, inefficiencies and, like, strange, like, policy wonkery is ridiculous. But here's the fucking populist argument. The populist argument was described as the problem is that big corporations have way too much power over our economy and our government. Everyone fucking agrees with this more. 85% of independents in this poll. And those are the people who are typically the more apathetic people. The people that you should be trying to cater to. Are neoliberals going to do that? Are they going to fucking recognize this? Probably not. By the numbers, 55.6% of all voters preferred the populist argument, compared to 43.5% who said they would be more likely to vote for a candidate who offered the abundance argument. Uh-oh, stinky. Because again, what's the problem with the abundance argument? It doesn't address the root causes, the root issue. Big corporations and billionaires have way too much power over our economy and our government. And quite literally, the current administration that is in power is laying this out wholeheartedly and just completely threadbare. And it's obvious. Everyone can fucking see it. They're not stupid. The American people, you know, as much as I like to rag on the intelligence of the American people, they see the actions of Elon Musk and the Republican Party pretty fucking clearly. You can look at the fucking town halls and everything. Broadly speaking, everyone recognizes what the problem is. Oh, it's all these, like, fat cat fucking billionaires who have way too much money and power within government. Everyone fucking recognizes that. And a lot of populists, right-leaning populists, of course, play into that. Incredulously, of course. Like, they don't actually fucking believe it or mean it. They will very often drop their populist messaging all the fucking time, constantly, in order to be able to cater to the billionaires. Because the billionaires are typically the ones that give them the fucking money that they want. But, you know, that's cool. Broadly speaking, whoa, it turns out everyone agrees with populist, like I've been saying constantly. It's either fucking populist policy or, like, you know, socialism or barbarism. We can unironically also do that meme. Socialism or barbarism is the current sort of, like, dynamic that we currently find ourselves in. But it's also not a good thing if motherfuckers like Mark Andreessen, you know, is also embracing the sort of abundance fucking goddamn agenda and policy. Now, why would they be doing that? Why? Why would Mark Andreessen say this? What? If the country is growing faster, it's going to be happier, whichever side of this political spectrum you're on? Clearly not. First off, you know, the classic myth of infinite growth coming in as always. We love that. Very, very fucking cool. And also, if we take a look at fucking Humpty Dumpty over here, you know, Mark Andreessen, former software engineer, American businesswoman, co-author of Mosaic, the first widely used web browser with a graphical user interface, co-founder of Netscape. This is where he made his fucking billions. Right here. Yep, co-founder and general partner of Silicon Valley venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz. And now he, like, runs a podcast or something. So, you know. Oh, wow, he also co-founded HP. Cool. And his current net worth is $1.9 billion. Why do you think this guy might be endorsing the abundance agenda? Oh, because it doesn't fundamentally challenge his power. That's why. But, you know, we got a clip here. Probably, we're just going to grab this from the Majority Report. You know, we got some little clips here. A little clip here, you know, of Ezra Klein talking with, I think it's David Sachs, Larry Phillips, and Chamath Palihapitiya on their fucking dumbass podcast. Well, let's see. What does Ezra have to say?
That his access is a function of money. That is not the critique.
We're your ally now. But before I came on the show, I had gone on X and I saw a clip of you going around where you're saying that one of the problems with the Biden administration was that you couldn't get anybody on the phone. And in the Trump administration...
So keep in mind, this was when Chamath Palihapitiya was, I think, on a different podcast, and he was talking with some, like, I don't know, dude bro, like, podcaster types. Like, I think it was, like, Andrew Schultz's podcast, you know, Joe Rogan acolyte, that fucking dude. And he was on there, and he was talking about, like, oh, dude, I don't like the Democrats, because I used to be, like, a mega donor to the Democrats, and, like, you know, they never really answered my calls, and I'm really upset about that. And that's the main reason why I like Trump now, because he answers my calls. You know, he calls back, he says, hello, hi, Chamath, we're best buds, you know. And I just really like the fact that he just, he calls back. And it's just like, that should be pretty emblematic of, you know, billionaires, broadly speaking, having a very good understanding. For us to, I don't know, who breads their butter? Or not breads their butter, butters their bread. I'm very good at quotes and sayings. All right, but let's keep going.
Administration, you make the call, the deputy chief of staff picks up, you say, hey, I need you to talk to this company, I work with them.
Should be fairly obvious what the problem with this is. The fact that a billionaire can simply just get on the fucking phone, call someone within the administration to have a little bit of a chit-chat, saying like, hey, what's up? We're pals, right? You know, can you get me this fucking sweetheart little deal or something, you know? Can you do me this fucking favor? That's what we call in the business corruption. Yeah, that's what that's called. It's being corrupt.
Pause it again. You just saw it. The key is not just you couldn't get anybody on the phone. It was like, I gave all this money to Biden.
Exactly. Thank you, Sam Cedar. Yeah, he was a mega donor, like I was saying earlier. Sam Cedar, also repeating the same point. Yeah, he himself said that he was a mega donor to fucking Joe Biden, to the Obama administration, or to the broader general sort of like Democratic Party. That is the fucking problem. That's the issue that people are fucking broadly having, is the fact that, oh, yeah, it's the fact that these motherfuckers answer the fucking billionaires. Duh.
And I was a mega donor, and I did not get a call back.
Mm-hmm.
That's the key part here.
Yep.
Ezra focuses on a different part. Go.
Can't get anybody on the phone. And in the Trump administration, you make the call, the deputy chief of staff picks up, you say, hey, I need you to talk to this company, I work with them, they're freaking out about the tariffs. The deputy chief of staff calls the company, they work something out.
No, not that they work something out, they listen.
This world in which...
Personally, it should be fairly obvious what the problem with that is. If you are trying to, you know, organize a state, and you're trying to sort of, you know, have particular sort of outcomes for that state, or whatever, you know, they shouldn't have to fucking listen to billionaires, okay? That's the fucking problem. The fact that the main thing that talks within U.S. politics is money. That is the problem that, broadly speaking, people are having, Ezra. It's that. That is the issue. But for whatever reason, nah, it's actually, you know, it's the fact that the Joe Biden administration wasn't picking up my call. I gave them a call, and they didn't want to pick up me. That's actually a good thing, you know? That is a good thing. Because guess what? Politicians and those in power should not be at the whims of fucking billionaires. But unfortunately, not the case in my heckin' wholesome Reno, epic Reno, fucking epic big fucking chungus, a U.S. government.
we are doing the deal making by individual relationships, by who can get their calls answered, not by rules that feel clear and
Ezra,
stable.
that's how the Biden
No,
but that's how the Biden administration worked, Ezra.
That's not what Shema said.
And that's not what I said.
Well, Chamath,
Ezra, you're trying to make it sound like corruption.
Hold on.
That's because it is corruption. Ah, look at the triggered little fucking billionaires getting upset about the fact that Ezra stumbled upon the correct thing. You're making it sound like it's corruption. That's because it is corruption, quite literally. Fucking billionaires should not be the main things that the fucking state fucking listens to. It should be their constituencies. It should be the fucking people. Those are the main people that they should be fucking listening to, not you fucking out of touch fucking losers and dipshits.
Ezra and Biden, it was George Clooney that was making the call. Who cares what George Clooney thinks?
Didn't you just say on... well, I was very, very critical of Biden.
No, I saw that clip, Ezra, and what Chamath said is simply that the White House listens when he calls, whereas he couldn't get his calls returned by the...
Yeah, that's the fucking problem, is the fact that the White House is listening. That is the argument that people are fucking making against you. The fact that they are listening is the issue. That is the fucking problem. When they should not be fucking listening to you absolute fucking freaks and charlatans.
Obama administration.
Great. I think we're actually not saying something all that different here.
You made it sound like corruption.
That's because it is corruption. You're just mad about the fact that it's being called out properly. Bro is just mad about the fact that it's being called out for what it is. It is corruption. And you know, Ezra, if he's smart, if he's an actual fucking progressive, as he, you know, likes to say that he is, he should just be like, well, yeah, that is exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, it is political corruption. That is the problem that I'm having. But it's not. Ezra Klein doesn't give a fuck about political corruption. All he cares about is, I don't know, I guess also lining his own fucking pockets with his, like, dumbassery, stupid, like, abundance agenda, liberal nonsense. Stupid.
Do you think what Trump is working through is deal by deal patronage based on how he sees the company? I'm sorry, the other country.
That's not what happened. Ezra, can I just make sure that this is clear to you? This is a 150-year-old American business. I have no interest in that company except a friendship. These are Americans hiring Americans.
So there it is. Like, and he goes.
So yeah, Ezra, fundamentally speaking, just does not fucking engage with the fucking goddamn problem for whatever fucking reason. I believe that's pretty much everything I want. I just wanted the fucking clip itself. He was just not engaging with the main fucking problem. He just refused to engage with it because I don't think he understands that that is the main issue with the abundance agenda. You know, even in his debate with Sam Cedar, you know, he was conciliatory about the fact that, okay, well, you know, yeah, sure, maybe, just maybe the problem with, you know, the existence of the fucking billionaire class, maybe you are right in your saying of the fact that the main issue that exists with the sort of abundance agenda, whatever proposal that he's fucking making, is the fact that there are billionaires and there are fucking people who are more than willing to sort of just, I don't know, for lack of a better term, just completely corrupt the fucking systems that we want to set up and want to essentially, not corrupt the systems that we want to set up, but essentially just, do fucking billionaire fucking corruption bullshit. That's the fucking issue that people are having. It's not about, like, you know, we can just, like, pretend and sort of, like, waffle and just say, like, oh, well, you know, actually, I think the problem with, not the, like, the abundance agenda, per se. Maybe the issue is actually, like, this, you know, like, it's the fact that it's all these, like, bottlenecks and progressive fucking groups that keep getting in the way of legislation and good policy and stuff like that. It's like, I mean, that's a problem. Yeah, sure. Is the main problem? No. Which is why you have motherfuckers like this fucking egg-headed motherfucker and a lot of other, like, billionaires trying to be like, wait a minute, hold on. Ezra, are you, like, trying to call us out for, like, corruption? and stuff like that. Well, that's not the main problem. It's obviously like the fact that Heckinarino, like Bidenarino, and the fact that the White House wasn't willing to listen to us. And that's why we have to become conservatives, because for fundamentally speaking, for billionaires, it's about maintenance of hierarchy and fucking control. Fucking liberals are never going to acknowledge that, because liberals are not interested in making those fundamental critiques. They have never, ever, 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 ever been interested in looking into the main fundamental problems. Is the fact that these motherfucking billionaires, all these like motherfucking billionaires, all these fucking goddamn lobbying groups and everything, all these corporations, the reason why outcomes, broadly speaking, are worse for the fucking American people is not because of, like, I don't know, the existence of trans people or whatever the bumblefuck bullshit you can come up with. That's not the problem. It's the fact that all these fucking stupid charlatans, all these billionaire dumb fucks, want to make it such that it is way, way more difficult for, well, the average sort of citizenry in order to be able to have, like, I don't know, equitable outcomes for within society. Because for them, it's all about, and I'll say it again, maintenance of hierarchy and control. And all these abundance agenda motherfuckers never, ever, 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 ever make that fundamentalist critique. Which is why, guess what? These arguments are always going to fucking ring hollow. People, broadly speaking, it can understand, like, yeah, that could be the main problem. However, the populist argument is always going to be the main one that wins out in the end, because, broadly speaking, everybody in America understands that corporations and the rich are the main fucking problems. The American people are, you know, very foolish and stupid in a lot of fucking cases and instances, okay? They are very, very silly and ridiculous. But they, broadly speaking, they understand. In this respect, they're correct. They know who are the main fucking problems. They know. They're not deluded enough into thinking that it's because of, I don't know, like, because of the like the lack of abundance and surplus of resources within the United States. No, that's silly. They know who the real problem is. It's the billionaires. It's the people who fundamentally hold all the levers of power. They understand, broadly speaking, we can, like I've talked about before with all those Republican town halls. They know. They're not stupid. They've acknowledged that, like, yeah, my government doesn't fucking listen to me. I'm gonna check the fuck out, because who the fuck cares about any of this bullshit? No one fucking listens to us. They fucking hate us. And are willing to just only listen to all these, like, dumb fucking sniveling, cowardly, dumbass billionaires. So why should I bother, you know, doing civic protection, like, civic participation into, like, I don't know, more like populist policies or whatever, or getting myself fucking educated? I'm more busy trying to fucking survive. Working my, like, I don't know, how many fucking jobs I have to work in order to fucking survive. Like, multiple, like, 9-to-5s and other, like, part-time work that I have to do because, you know, I don't have any fucking money. I can't, like, exercise power in any normal way. That's the fucking issue. But these abundance agenda motherfuckers are never gonna fucking acknowledge that. They're always gonna fucking shift the blame to, I don't know, some other fucking bullshit. When we all know what the true root cause of all of these problems are. It's the fucking billionaires, stupid. Duh. They're the fucking issues. Like, no shit. But, you know, are any of these abundance agenda fucking people, are they ever gonna make any of this acknowledgement? Fuck no. That's not gonna happen. So instead, they're always just going to, like, it's always just going to be a situation where the fucking blame is just going to be shifted to elsewhere. So that's cool. That's great. Fantastic. We love that. So, you know, instead of actually having, like, acknowledgement and understanding for as to who are the main causes of the issues, you know, the people who are definitely causing all of the main problems, it's always going to be, like, a blame that's going to be shifted from someone else entirely. Every fucking single time. But, you know, It's almost as if all these dumbass fucking liberals, they don't want to have a fundamental critique of power because they want to have their fucking cake and eat it too. Let's be fucking honest here. They just want to have their fucking cake and eat it too, which is why the fucking goddamn abundance agenda is always going to fall, in my personal opinion, completely flat. It's always going to fall completely flat because, again, this isn't addressing the main root causes and issues with the American economy. Well, what's going on with the American people? We know what the main root causes are. We've gone over this God knows how many times. It's all of these motherfucking billionaires and millionaires who want to maintain power and control for themselves. Fundamentally, like, you know, as much as Ezra Klein likes to say and pretend that, oh, this is a book that's fundamentally about power. If it was, it would have gone after the people who actually hold that power. But it doesn't. So this is not fundamentally about power. It's about coming up and doing some form of rebranding of neoliberalism in the post-neoliberal world that we are finding ourselves in. That's all that this abundance agenda shit is. It is a rebranding effort. I think that's also the same point that the Majority Report also gets to. It's like, sort of like, if I were to describe it better, the sort of like final sort of like hook on the ledge of a dying ideology, if I were to say like any better. They're trying to hold on and maintain for as long as possible, try to rebrand and sort of say like, oh, actually, whoa, look at this like new thing that's like totally heckin' epic and it's totally going to save us, when in reality, it's not. And given the sort of like material conditions we are finding ourselves in, how everything, broadly speaking, is getting, well, to be honest, like worse and worse and worse, we are quite literally about to enter in a sort of position where it's just going to be, it's going to be like socialism or fucking barbarism. Let's be honest here. Like, if something isn't fucking done, let's be real here. Everything is just going to sort of continue to get worse and worse and worse. And if material conditions of the poor are not going to be sort of addressed, broadly speaking, we know what's going to fucking happen. It's all going to descend into fascism, and it's just going to get fundamentally 10 times worse and worse and worse for everyone out there. And, whoa, crazy. We'll have no one else to blame besides all these fucking stupid-ass, dumb-ass fucking liberals who, fundamentally speaking, never wanted to address any of the root causes or the root issues with any of these fucking problems, right? Because we know what the problem is. It's all these fucking corporations and motherfucking goddamn billionaires who have control and have so much money and power within politics. That is the main issue. But again, you know, as I've been constantly reiterating at this point now, none of these fucking neoliberals will ever fucking acknowledge that because they want to court the billionaires. That is the main issue. They want to court billionaires. They want to get in bed with them, similar to the fucking Republicans. Which is why this abundance agenda liberalism bullshit is never ever going to be able to solve the main fucking problems that currently affect the broader fucking US. It is a farce. It doesn't address the root causes of the problems. In fact, I don't think these motherfucking abundance agenda liberals really fucking care about fucking maintaining power. Because it's never been about power for all these people. Simply put. So, you know, the same constant points that I've been reiterating yet again in terms of like these sort of like root causes. The abundance agenda will never, ever address the root causes of the problems that exist, broadly speaking, throughout Congress. It is the billionaires. It is the millionaires. Stuff like Citizens United. And other rulings as well. It's not only just that. And these motherfuckers, they're never going to fucking acknowledge that. Ever. So, that's why it's just, it's a nonsense. It's a farce. It's an attempt at a rebranding of a dying fucking ideology. And as far as I'm concerned, it's broadly speaking, it's not going to be successful. At this point, we are, like I said before, it's just a situation where it's just going to be socialism or fucking barbarism. As material conditions continue to deteriorate and get worse and worse and worse, if something doesn't get done, well, You know who's gonna probably pounce on such fucking opportunities? It's gonna be the fucking fascists. And guess what? They're the motherfuckers who are going to make things worse for everybody involved. But, you know, I really don't think, like, any of these, like, abundance agenda dudes, that they're not, fundamentally speaking, they're not going to fucking address any of these issues. So, you know, like, it's time to just sit here and just try to continue critiquing them until, like, I don't know, I get fucking blue in the face at this point. So, you know, none of these people are ever going to fundamentally address any of the root causes or root problems with any of these issues, because to them, it doesn't fucking matter. It's all about a rebranding of the ideology that they fucking prescribe to. And, you know, at this point, all we can really do is just sort of just sit around and wait and see if see how everything continues to deteriorate and just get worse. So, you know, abundance agenda is a farce. It's complete nonsense, and I don't know. We're living in a post-neoliberal world. That's really all that can be said about that. Epic. I don't like the fact that I kept repeating the same points over and over again, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world. Okay. I forgot to put my water bottle into the fucking wash. God damn it. Because it needs to be washed. That's okay. Not the end of the world. This kid is an emotional retard, literal definition of pseudo-intellectual. Really? Why is that? You have any sort of like ways to sort of substantiate your arguments? Like what? Is it because I made fun of a particular streamer too hard for your sensibilities? Why are you so fucking triggered? You triggered? Triggered? What are you, triggered? Are you mad? Okay. More of those will be made eventually. You got nothing to say? You're just gonna be stupid and annoying? You can just leave. Oh, rational talking points in Asmongold. Like what? Sure, what? Well, like what rational talking points? That the Enabling Act of 1933 and the justifications for what the German Reich did to the Institute of Sexology, that was actually rational because it was Germans reclaiming Germany, which is a fucking talking point done by the Nazis. It's like, by current fucking neo-Nazis, in fact. Get the fuck out of here. Like, there is no rationality behind anything that fucking Asmongold says. He's a fucking brainless fucking moron. And you too are also a brainless moron for believing anything that charlatan has to say. So I could honestly care less about rational talking points from a complete fucking moron. Or what? Is it because of, I don't know, 15-minute fucking journalism and him trying not to be too mean? Like what is it? What exactly? Like what talking point? I insult him because I already deconstructed his points and just shit on them. Purposefully misunderstand all of those points? Like, which point? Outline it. Which point am I purposefully misunderstanding? Perhaps you could elucidate better. Oh, what point? Why aren't you saying what the point is? What's the talking point that I'm supposedly misunderstanding? Like, what? Perhaps I can re-explain it. I have no qualms with that. What is being misunderstood? Go ahead. I can play ball. I can play. I don't know if I want to move that substation. That's fine. There's going to be a video that I'm going to talk about morons such as yourself in particular, where I'm apparently, like, misunderstanding Asmongold's points when I go through explicitly through points, bring up relevant material to his talking points, and actually engage with what he is saying. So I don't give a fuck about that fucking excuse, because you people are not interested in that fucking excuse. None of you fucking care about any of the correct fucking points. You just want to say the things that you are saying in particular in order to shut down people who have contradictory opinions to Asmongold, because you people are sycophants. So yeah, I mean, like what point? What exactly? Go ahead. Elucidate. You go through them incorrectly. Like what? What? Argument. What am I going through that's incorrect? What is the argument? I'm asking for an argument, and you are not providing me with an argument. That's literally what you're doing. That's not a fucking argument, you troglodyte. This is why I don't engage with any of you people. You're just not providing the argument. What is the talking point that I'm going through incorrectly? List something. What is the argument? Argument. What is it? If you don't provide me the argument, I'm simply just not going to pay attention to anything that you have to say. Tyler Veltri? Tyler Veltri. What's up, AJ? We're arguing with an Asmongold fan who says, apparently the problem is the fact that I'm not going through any of the arguments correctly. Fails to not provide any of the fucking arguments or the talking points at all whatsoever, and is just getting mad about it in YouTube chat. So, But, like, what's the argument? What am I going through that's incorrect? Sure, because he was on tour. At the time, during that 15-minute interview, like I noted within the video, we can even fucking try to pull up the video. The only reason why he sat for fucking 15 minutes for the fucking interview is because of the fact that he was on tour doing his oligarchy tour. He was on tour. He had to do speaking, so he had to fucking leave. He wasn't able to stay there long. He was there with both AOC and with Bernie Sanders. AOC left earlier because she was speaking at the fucking tour. Like, she was speaking at the fucking tour. Like, this is like the weakest fucking shit that Asmongold came up with. It's very fucking dumb. And you fucking sheep, people who are being lied to by a complete utter charlatan are being led around by your fucking shepherd. Misframed what his point was by saying because Bernie is on tour but Asmon's point still stands. No, the fuck it doesn't, because again, Bernie Sanders Hassan interview, and I bring up this exact same fucking point. This is on Bernie's fucking YouTube channel. Whoa, he did a fucking talk with fucking goddamn Hassan for about 38 fucking minutes. So shut the fuck up. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, his point does not stand. Asmongold is just fucking jelly about the fact that Hassan has mainstream prevalence that he will never fucking have, because guess what? Asmongold is a fucking charlatan. But why won't Bernie sit with him while he's not on tour? He's a senator. He's a senator who's doing legislation. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This was 4 months ago, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? It's not that I'm not getting it. It's your fucking points are stupid. And what Asmongold is bringing up is fucking stupid. Because Asmongold's a fucking idiot. Boy Meets Many do be driving trucks. What's up, Zane? How's it going, buddy? Hey! Asmontard. This is a 38-minute fucking interview that was streamed on January 14th, 2025. This was fucking 38 minutes. He is just not correct. You're just fucking mad about the fact that, whoa, crazy, whoa. You're just mad about the fact that Hassan has mainstream fucking prevalence and Asmongold fucking jelly for it. He made a whole interview with Theo Von. Didn't Hassan also go on Theo Von? What are you talking about? What? What? Like, come on, dude.
I want to say thank you.
This is a fucking 20 fucking minutes. This is like a 2-hour fucking podcast. This is literally 5 fucking seconds. 38 minutes? Yeah, whoa, Bernie's a fucking busy dude. He's a U.S. senator. Not to mention all the other House members. What? I think Hassan has had multiple interviews with Ro Khanna. He's had multiple talks with AOC. This isn't a crash out. You're just being lied to. You are a sheep. You are being lied to. You're a fucking idiot. What do you mean I don't understand anything? You're just mad that you're getting debunked. Stay mad. I'm done. Good. Leave. Get the fuck out of here. You are a fucking sheep that's being led around by a complete, utter fucking charlatan. You're the sheep. So, you know, whatever. I don't care. Get the fuck out of here. No one likes you. No one wants you. Cope, seethe, mauled, dilate. Fuck off. Ugh, eyelash has gone in my eye. Echo chambered retards. That's fucking funny coming from an Asmongold fan. Hilarious. Go back to fucking listening to your Cronenbergian fucking Roach King, you fucking loser. Go back to listening to your daily dose of fucking slop propaganda of fucking, I don't know, your Cronenbergian Roach King, listening to whatever anti-woke 3 IQ troglodyte that he's going to listen to for that day and just being like, yeah, whoa, cool, yeah, whoa, yeah, you, whoa, he, whoa. That's a good point that's being raised by this complete fucking troglodyte. Get out of here. Leave. Steady crashing? In what way am I crashing out? What does crashing out even fucking mean to you people? That's a meaningless distinction. Like, what does that mean? Oh no, I'm showing emotion like any other fucking human? Like, okay. Oh no, it's the end of the world. Emotion is being shown. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on. I have to be like a robot like this. I have to talk like this at all times. Be a complete, logical, unthinking fucking machine. No, dude, you're just being taken off guard by the fucking rhetorical tactics that I'm using. You're just fucking mad that you have, like, no counter arguments. I asked you constantly for any fucking arguments, anything, and then I addressed them. And now you're just saying, like, you're crashing out, you're losing your mind, Like, what's this fucking stupid cope stuff? Like, get the fuck out of here. That's true, Zane. This is a fucking example of intellectual apathy. That's true. And how am I sounding insane? Just because I'm talking loudly? How is that fucking insanity? What the fuck are you talking about? I literally just disprove every stupid talking point that you're saying because you're propagandized to by your Cronenbergian fucking Roach King. And you just... it just goes over your fucking head. You just refuse to fucking acknowledge anything that it's being said to you. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, how am I sounding insane? Oh, so I thought you were done. I thought you were leaving. Well, what happened? Why are you still here? I'm just chilling. Playing my Factorio. Getting my legendary superconductor spam. You know, it'll do its thing eventually. You're the one still here, still engaging. And, I don't know, getting fucking owned. No, it's because you can't display your points void of emotions. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry that I'm not typing on the internet behind a stupid, like, anonymous fucking avatar or whatever the fuck. So, and that I have to show emotions. Humans show emotion. Not everyone is a Vulcan or the Emperor of Mankind from 40K. People show emotions. That's pretty fucking normal. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not a counterpoint. Ridiculous. Well, that's because they can't engage with any of the points, Zane. So they have to deflect to, they have to literally deflect to saying, oh, you're depraved, or you're just rage baiting, or you're just crashing out. It's nonsense. How am I supposed to know that that's your actual fucking name? You could be lying. I don't know that. So I have to operate on the assumption. It's the internet, dude. Like, what? Do you not understand how the fucking internet works or something? Okay, that's your actual name. Pleasure to meet you, Tyler. Like, how am I supposed to fucking know that? I'm being honest. You just don't like honesty. I mean, you're an Asmongold fan, so you don't understand what that means. How is this a crash out? Like, how? In what way? Like, you still haven't explained to this. I raised my tone a little bit, and I got animated. Okay, that's just how the sort of rhetorical tact that I prefer to take. Being a little animated. Oh no, it means I'm crashing out. Even though I perfectly engage with your fucking talking points and your arguments and disprove them instantaneously within like 20 seconds of a Google search. So like, now you're just going to resort to, you're crashing out. And it's just like, okay, man, sure, I'm crashing out. Oh no, it's the end of the fucking world. I'm showing emotion as a human being. I'm not a fucking robot. Okay, cool. Lovely. I'm gonna go grab some water. Grab some water. I love how you equate a constant barrage of insults as raising my tone a bit. Why the fuck do you care about that? Like, what are you talking about? Who gives a shit about any of that? What, are insults like a big faux pas now on the fucking internet? God, you people are like more fucking annoying than the woke scolds. Jesus Christ. You people are 10 times more annoying than those people. Like, well, you know, you're just being mad because you're just woke or whatever. Like, brother, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, are you people for real? Like, you guys are fucking gonna complain about that shit? Really? About insults and barrages of insults and raising tone? Like, what are you saying? You've never engaged with, like, anyone who's intellectually fucking honest. I engaged with your fucking points. Like, what are you saying? You're just mad because you got fucking owned in the marketplace of ideas. Like, that's the fucking problem that you're having. You're just mad because you're fucking bad. Like, cope, seethe, mold, dilate. I don't give a shit. Like, cope. Like, what else am I supposed to say here? Besides cope. Like, you wouldn't know what intellectual honesty was if it even hit you in the face. Like, you don't care about intellectual honesty. You're an Asmongold fan. That shit is literally anathema to his project. That's unfortunate. Just out of range. Because he got owned, as the majority of the internet agrees with Asmon and not you. Damn, Asmongold has a huge fucking internet presence online, and are you really fucking sure? Like, yeah, the fucking metric we're going to use is the fucking internet in terms of, like, fucking politics. Like, yeah, dude. Because the majority of people fucking agree with the perspective of the Cronenbergian Roachman. Sure, dude. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Yeah, perhaps I'm being too... I think you may be correct, Zane. Perhaps I am being too highfalutin with my terms and language for the humble Asmongold viewer. You could be correct there, Zane. Sounds like you're coping and seething. Buddy, I told you to present your arguments. You presented your arguments. I disproved them in literally, like, not even 40 seconds. And now you're just saying, like, oh, you're crashing out. You're just using insults. It's a sign of intellectual dishonesty. Even though, like, you're a fucking Asmongold fan, you wouldn't know what intellectual honesty was, even if it hit you smack dab in the face. You don't care about intellectual honesty. You're just, like, a dumbass on the internet. Like, I don't care. Cope about it. Seethe. Mauled. I think we're pretty much done here. So what's the next thing that I need to make, then? Stack inserters? What do you mean I didn't literally disprove anything? You talked about Hassan being on Theo Von. He was on Theo Von for 2.5 hours, and you're saying, like, he didn't, like, Theo Von didn't have time for Hassan? Apparently not. He had a 2-hour fucking podcast with him. And also, Asmongold's fucking point about, like, Bernie not wanting to talk with Hassan. Clearly not the fucking case. He sat down with him for about 38 fucking minutes 4 months ago. Like, what are you talking about? There is nothing to correct with what I am saying here because you're just wrong and you're mad about the fact that you're just wrong. And you're making yourself look as fucking ridiculous as possible in the fucking YouTube chat right now. Like, cope, seethe, and fucking dilate. Like, that's just cope about it. I talked about Bernie being on Theo Von. Bernie has time for Theo Von, not Hassan. That is the point being made. So we want to, like, quibble about, like, what? The amount of time that, like, he had on for a podcast? Why the fuck does that fucking matter? What is that? Why do you care? Whoa. Particular schedule is just aligned that way. Why, like, that doesn't fucking matter. Why do you care? Well, apparently Bernie has had enough time to fucking go on twice with Hassan Piker. So why does that matter? This is very fucking stupid. Like, you just want to do the stupid, annoying, semantical fucking bullshit? How many hours has fucking Bernie talked with Asmongold? It's not me being dense. Bernie and fucking Theo Von had a fucking 2-hour podcast because, again, that's the format that Theo Von has, right? And Bernie fucking agreed to that and went on there, okay, for 2 fucking hours. And Hassan has a more free-form sort of format, is more fucking flexible with the times. Bernie talked with him for about only, what, like 40 minutes and then 15 minutes while he was on fucking tour? Like what's, like, the sort of difference here? That there's no point. And that's the time that they fucking agreed to between their fucking teams and that they allocated for one another. Like, okay, sure, how about, here's another fucking example. Hassan had an interview with the head of a fucking party, like, I think about a month ago, with Jean-Luc Mélenchon. for about an hour and a half. Jean-Luc Mélenchon is quite literally a fucking goddamn political party leader. Hassan wants to be a journalist, and Theo Von is literally a comedian. That's how seriously Hassan is taken. What are you fucking talking about? Okay, first off, Theo Von is not a fucking comedian. He styles himself as a fucking comedian, yes, but he talks fucking politics like all the time. He has political people on his podcasts all the fucking time. He does a political talk show or political podcast. Also, how often does Theo Von put out fucking episodes? Probably like once a week. Let's see. I'm curious. How often does he put out episodes? That's the shorts. I want the videos. Every couple of days. Sure. Every fucking couple of days. And Theo Von will pretty much have, like, I don't know, anyone on from, like, people in politics, celebrities, sports personnel, other, like, online personalities, sports guys, fucking billionaires. He had fucking Mark Zuckerberg on there. Hassan streams about, what, 10 to 12 hours every fucking day? Like, what are you talking about? Well, Asmongold is not correct. He's just not. This isn't me glazing Hassan. This is me saying that what Asmongold is saying is fucking stupid. Because what Asmongold is saying is simply fucking stupid. But you don't want to fucking have this enter in your thick fucking skull. Because, guess what? You are a sycophant. You're an Asmongold fan who doesn't want to see the forest from the fucking trees. This isn't me glazing anyone in particular. This is me saying, like, what Asmongold is saying is stupid and wrong. So, like, The idea that there's, like, consequences and, that there are consequences with, like, not consequences, that there are sort of, like, you know, negotiations that go on with, I don't know, speaking times and schedules. That's apparently a concept that, like, Asmongold just doesn't want to understand. What do you mean 38 minutes and 15 minutes aren't interviews? What do you think, like, news segments are when they bring on a fucking person for, like, 10 minutes at a fucking time? Is that not an interview? What are you talking about? What about fucking journalists? What about 60 minutes? Is 60 minutes enough of an interview? What about Trump press conferences, which can fucking range from, like, 15 minutes to an hour? Are those not interviews or something? Or not press conferences, or, like, Meet the Press or something, or some shit. Are those not interviews? How long are, like, Meet the Press and stuff? Trump. We can just do this. Trump interview. Like, you're just doing the whole semantics bit. On CBS, for example, with Kristen Welker. An interview that matters? Oh, what is an interview that matters? Here, interview, 40 fucking minutes, similar to this. Is that not a fucking interview? Like, what are you talking about? But now it's an interview that matters? Like, get your fucking talking point straight. You just want to do the whole fucking semantics bullshit thing. That's it. Do you think real topics as discussed with Donald Trump? Like, what did they discuss? Future of American politics. They talked about Elon Musk. They talked about the function of the government. They talked about the social safety net. Communication. I guess, like, the broader sort of communication strategy that the Democrats have. Do Democrats want to win elections? The role of money in politics. Income and wealth inequality. Biden's domestic policy. They talked about climate change. Disaster relief. And Bernie sort of shilling whatever community events that he was doing. What the fuck did Trump talk about in his fucking... I even covered this interview. He talked about what? Immigration, the tariff stuff. It's called a comparison, you fucking moron. Because you're talking about how 38 minutes doesn't constitute a fucking interview. Here's ABC News that did a 40-minute interview. Close enough to 38 minutes. And you're saying that this is an interview, but what Hassan did here isn't an interview. What the fuck are you saying? I'm pointing out how your logic is inconsistent here. Because again, the only thread that exists is the fact that you just hate Hassan and you're a stupid Asmongold fan. That doesn't fucking matter. What are you talking about? Oh, so now it matters how they go into depth with certain topics? What, does fucking Bernie Sanders and not Asmongold? Why don't we just listen to one of these segments? Sure. Let's look at the social safety net. Fuck it. That's about, what, 2 minutes. More than likely, Bernie probably doesn't go too in-depth with that. I never said the Trump thing was a legitimate interview. Yeah, but you're trying to say that this isn't a legitimate interview, and I bring this up as a comparison to what you might think is a legitimate interview. I'm saying, like, you don't think that this is a legitimate interview, but you think that this is a legitimate interview? I'm pointing out the inconsistency in your logic, but you don't want to listen. Silly. I'm saying that you are silly. Why don't we just take a quick listen? Fuck it.
Absolutely. Look, you're the average guy out there. You're not into politics. What are you saying? We're saying that in many ways you are no better off, in some cases worse off than a worker in your place 50 years ago. Got that? Real inflation accounted for wages for the average American worker, despite the huge increase in worker productivity.
Yeah, Bernie's just doing his talking point. This is his complete spiel. Right.
Productivity and technology, all the computers, all the cell phones. An average worker in real inflation accounts for that, not making.
Do you know what a false narrative is? This isn't a false narrative. What are you saying? If you're gonna bring up logical fallacies, understand what the fuck they mean before you bring them up. You're just saying words now.
Nickel more than he or she did 50 years ago. And during that period, a massive transfer of wealth, bottom 90% to the top 1%. And you're looking around you, and you're worried that your children may be in even worse financial shape than you are. They may never own a home of their own. You look at the government, you hear all the political bullshit that's out there. I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do that. And yet, maybe your job went to China. It's likely that you have a high deductible, you may not have any health insurance at all. Maybe your kid made it to college, and he or she is deeply in debt. And you're saying democracy.
Bernie's just going on his spiel, right? About the social safety net. Take a look here. Trump going on a fucking spiel.
This is an ABC News special from inside the White House.
I just want to get to like an
step back in the Oval Office.
That's Trump doing his
the
like
space
MTV
be treated
Cribs
properly.
bit.
I've added a lot to the space in terms of beautification.
The interview's not even like 40 fucking minutes
That's a
long. It's
gallery.
like about 30 minutes long. You just said I supported Trump's interview interview method. That's a false narrative because I never made that point. That's not what a false narrative is. What the fuck are you talking about? You still don't understand the point of me even bringing this up. I brought this up in particular as a comparison. That's not me coming up with a narrative. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? I'm using this as a comparison for how this is a similar length interview to this. That was the point. And you were the one who initially brought up how this isn't an interview, but you have to think that this is also an interview. You have to. Because this is a journalist doing an interview with a politician. You brought up another shitty interview to claim that I think that's a legitimate interview. Then what do you believe? You believe in nothing then. I was saying that you have to believe that this is a more legitimate interview because it's a journalist doing an actual interview with a fucking politician. You believe in nothing, and this is a complete waste of my fucking time. I'm going to now continue doing what I was doing. You are a waste of fucking time. You believe in nothing, as expected from a fucking Asmongold viewer. Crazy. Who would have thought? And yes, thank you, Zane. Tyler, a narrative tells a story, often with a specific purpose or message, while a comparison analyzes the similarities and differences between two or more objects. Dude, you don't believe in anything, dude. I bring up a fucking comparison, and you say I'm spreading a false narrative. Because you just want to say a random fucking logical fallacy to make yourself sound smart. And I'm the pseudo-intellectual? Get the fuck out of here. Nonsense. Alright. Good old Trump and Musk press conference. After good old Musk, our boy, our favorite specialist, most special of boys, decided to have his breakup with Trump. Oh no. The trouble in paradise. Single tear. Very, very upsetting and sad. So, what? We got, I guess like not too long ago, Trump just left office. He's no longer the sort of special government employee. I think that was the distinction he was given. And also, what? We have, Musk also criticizing the big, beautiful bill. The most beautiful bill on the fucking planet. Very cool. We love that. And also, well, crazy. I'm doing a press conference with him because, you know, I guess Elon's not actually leaving or something. Nah, whatever. Let's have a listen. Or we might not do it 2 times speed. We'll do 1.5 times speed.
Fantastic job.
Fantastic, excellent job.
And we find out government's a little nasty on occasion. Hello, Peter.
Yeah, hello, President Trump.
Government's a little bit nasty, Peter. You haven't noticed that. You've had a charmed life, right?
You told me.
Very charmed. I think you've had a charmed life. I think what I'll do, if you don't mind, numbers have just come out which are rather extraordinary, and I thought I'd play a tape of one of.
I'm going to address your point very quickly, Charlie M. Asmongold is the biggest political content creator on the fucking goddamn platforms, currently speaking. On Twitch, YouTube, all of them, doesn't really fucking matter. He's currently the biggest political content creator, so it makes sense that I, as a political content creator, would criticize the things that he has to say. That's how that works.
One of the people who I've respected over the years, from Joe Kiernan and Rick Santelli. This just came out, and we'll just play that for a second.
Personal income is up 0.8%. That is almost triple the expectations.
What the fuck is this? Is this like an NBC like business interview that he's gotten like a laptop of like them spawning positively? Okay, you know, I find this really, really strange, to be honest, because like, what? I don't know why Trump is even bringing this up to begin with. Like, oh, look, they're going back up after all of his, like, stupid, belligerent trade policies saying, like, yeah, dude, whoa, crazy. Like, look at this going back up after all of my stupid, complete nonsense. Like, what? Oh, look, whoa, heckin' awesome. It's going back up from the fact that it was overall down when he came into office. It peaked right around December, when he officially won the presidency. Here's Liberation Day, where the stocks completely started shitting the bed. You know, we can look at the Dow Jones, the NASDAQ, the S&P 500, all of them. And, whoa, after Trump decided to not do all of his belligerent trade policies, and he backed off of them, they started going back up. Crazy. But hey, guess what, okay? This is really simple for you conservatives, okay? Really, really easy. Markets are very well known for loving instability, okay? Very, very, very well known for liking instability. I think it was the U.S.'s I think it's always been the credit assessment agency used by the United States called Moody's, just said that the credit rating for the U.S. is currently not very reliable. So, you know, be prepared for more stupid, belligerent policy like this in order to try to, like, I don't know, bring countries to the table for some reason, for, I don't know, whatever, like, nonsense. It not working, and then the constant, like, I don't know, like ratchet effect, the stocks going up and down, up and down, up and down constantly. Because again, you know what markets really like, guys? They're a big fan of instability. They love instability. But well, you know, yeah, it's going up, but it's still down overall. Yep, exactly.
The income numbers, really, for the first 4 months of the year, they're stellar. They're really stellar. I mean, I could go back
and again, the only reason why, like, all these, like, I don't know, dumbass outlets have to do, like, this stupid sane washing constantly is simply due to the fact that they're private corporations. They piss off Trump too much, they're going to lose press access. Personally, I think that might be a bad thing and might not lead to very good, overall outcomes when it comes to, the American people being able to make assessments of the news of what's going on currently in politics. I'm just throwing that out there.
And look at the first 4 months of many different years, really very strong numbers, and you're right. This administration is criticized for just about everything under the sun. I've never, ever, in my lifetime, had glimpses into the politics of an administration in the form of transparency like this one. Why don't we be, give credit where credit is due. Income really shooting up.
Rick, I also thought everybody was going to get one last...
I don't know. Like, this is just, like, this is some fucking corporate capture fucking bullshit, dude. Like, if you're wondering why, a reason for us to why a lot of the American people, broadly speaking, have, like, I don't know, not lack of understanding. I guess they're just not as, like, actively engaged with politics as they could be. It's because of shit like this. Like, what the hell kind of, like, coverage is this? Like, dude, everything is still overall down, and prices are going up. Like, it's just silly, dude. Because, you know, we have to coddle to the Mad King, otherwise he may get upset with us, guys.
Order of imports that were going to be tariffed, and they were loading up on things. How the hell they already fix the trade, or not fix it, but to cut it in half, that's crazy. So there wasn't a lot of front loading of things that they needed before the tariffs hit?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it really does call them...
Don't fucking be smug, Trump. No, don't you? I saw that little smirk. Dude, you're the one who caused all this nonsense. You're the ones causing all the problems and the instability. Like, what the fuck is this, buddy? Like, look at me fixing a problem that I completely made for no reason, because I just wanted to cause problems, because I wanted to make myself look like a super heckin' wholesome epic deal maker, guys. I'm doing such a great job making all these deals because I decided to do complete random idiotic bullshit to begin with. Yeah, it's Mad King shit, dude. Mad King shit.
Question some of the conventional wisdoms, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens next month when we get this number, or we see some of the other numbers like current accounts, see how they fared, because I don't know, I've been watching these numbers a long time. I don't think I've ever seen the trade deficit cut in half in 1 month.
Not bad. Right? Not bad.
Come on, guys.
Wait, trade deficit with who, though? Trade deficit cut in half in a month like that? Like, what does that even mean, by the way? Like, with which country? With China? Like, because of the tariffs going down? I'm very confused. Whatever. There's like no
see Howard and Scott are here, so it's great. You guys want to stand over here? You might as well. You're the ones that help produce those numbers, and it'll only get better. The tariffs are so important, and that's why we were so happy with the decision yesterday, where the tariffs continue, because without the tariffs, our nation would be imperiled. We would really be imperiled. I think I can say that with great surety.
Don't we, folks?
So we were very happy to get that decision, that big decision yesterday. And today it's about a man named Elon, and he's one of the greatest business leaders and innovators the world has ever produced. He stepped forward.
Elon is my favorite guy.
Great talents into the service of our nation, and we appreciate it. And I just want to say that Elon has worked tirelessly helping lead the most sweeping and consequential government reform program in generations. And you know the kinds of things that he's found and his people have found. He's brought a group of very smart people in, and they found things.
Yeah, people like fucking big balls and stuff like that. Like, keep in mind, you want to know, like, what these motherfuckers are found? Basically, like, what they said, it was like, we're gonna cut $2 trillion, and then it went down to $1 trillion, and then like 500 billion, and then it just kept going down and down and down, and they like basically found nothing with Doge. Doge has been like a complete just abject failure, like wholeheartedly speaking. It's silly.
That are pretty unbelievable. I have to say that the numbers that we're talking about are substantial, but they're going to be very much more substantial with time, because many of the things that we're working on right now, we're going to have to remember Elon as we find them, but the numbers can double and triple, because many things we don't want to go out with them until we're sure, but we've found things that are unbelievably stupid and unbelievably bad. With the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon's delivered a colossal change in the old ways of doing business in Washington. Doge has installed geniuses with an engineering mindset and unbelievably talented people in computers. I actually asked Elon one time, what's their primary thing? And they have a lot of...
Yeah, a bunch of like stupid Elon Discord Groiper kittens that, I don't know, he likes to have as like little hangers-on, these like geniuses in computers. Keep in mind, they... Like, one of the first things that the Discord Groiper kittens decided to do when they got into power, is it correct to say that they got into power? I don't really know. Like, let's just go with that. It's like a colloquial sense. When they basically got in, they just decided to just like all willy-nilly just like tear apart a bunch of like really old systems, because they were just like, well, this is like an old system that's been here for like forever, and it's probably inefficient, so we're just gonna like tear it apart without having like much of an understanding for as to why it was there to begin with. I don't remember the name of the language in particular, because I'm really bad with names. But basically, it was the same thing that was used for the Social Security system, and in essence, it basically like there was once like a $14, like someone once took out $14 too much. The system detected it, and the problem was like dealt with immediately. So like the question then becomes is like, is the system incredibly inefficient? Is it even like you know, as bad as like Elon is purporting it to say? Who the fuck really knows? It's complete fucking nonsense.
Primary things all having to do with being smart, but he said the thing that they're really the best at is working with computers, so that they can't be outsmarted by somebody that's not so honest, that happens to also be good with computers, but not as good as these people. But the mindset in the senior ranks of every federal department, and it's really changed. And with Elon's guidance, they're helping to detect fraud / waste and modernize broken and outdated systems. So as you know, we're talking about various systems and changing systems, and you know, sadly, it takes a long time to do that. You'll change, let's say, a system at IRS and computerize it properly, where the job can be done in 1/10 the time, but it takes sometimes years to rebuild those systems. But we've started.
Okay, like he's speaking out of multiple sides of his mouth here. Sometimes it takes years in order to rebuild the saw, but he's doing such a great, quick fucking job about it, and they're like making it way more fucking efficient. When there's just like no evidence of it being like made more efficient. If anything, like technically speaking, everything is being made more inefficient because of just the complete randomness and just like not slapstick, that's not the correct term, ramshackle nature of like all the changes that Elon and the Discord Groiper kittens are doing. It's complete fucking nonsense. If one thing is true, it has been certainly fast and loose, much to the detriment of you know, a lot of I don't know, social safety nets that Americans like to rely upon. It's just been silly.
Started in many cases. We've started. I will say that this has less to do with Elon, but the air traffic control systems, we're bidding out to the best companies in the world. Those systems right now, they were horrible.
Yeah, the FAA, which Elon decided to fuck with constantly because they have a bunch of lawsuits against him and caused how many fucking plane crashes, right? Like, it became a fucking meme in the Trump administration because of, you know, like all of the, I don't know, not even firings, just like the defunding and going after of the FAA, because Elon has currently has a fucking lawsuit with them because he keeps like putting up space junk, and he wants to keep putting up space junk in, well, space, completely unfucking regulated. Like, how many plane crashes have there been under the Trump administration? Let's see. How many plane crashes in 2025? Ooh, 250 aviation incidents and accidents. Whoops. Damn, that's crazy. All since the start of 2025. There have been 50 deadly aviation crashes in the United States in 2025. Before 2025, the most recent deadly plane crash involving a U.S. airliner was in 2009. At least 166 people have died in the 2025 aviation crashes. And guess what? There's still more of them. I've even talked about this before, but because of like a lot of the, I don't know, idiotic nature for as to what Elon is engaging with, has, you know, a lot of the idiotic shit that Elon has been constantly engaging with. The sort of, like, I don't know. I'm trying to say, like, not the efficiency, because that's not correct to say. The sort of, like, all of the, like, defunding and, like, mucking about that Elon was doing with the FAA, because he currently has a lawsuit with them because of, like, all the space junk that he wants to keep putting up in space. And guess what? He's doing that against regulations. There have been, like, less and less, like, air traffic controllers. They have to do, like, double duties, way more fucking shifts and stuff like that. There's, like, a lack of air traffic controllers that now exist in, like, American airports and stuff like that, making flying way more dangerous as a result. Like what? Elon Musk FAA lawsuit. FAA had recently ordered SpaceX to carry out a formal investigation into the loss of a Starship vehicle during its test flight, and previously ordered over $630,000 in civil penalties against SpaceX. The DOT Inspector General was fired by Trump. The FAA administrator resigned effectively in January. Whoa, this is fucking why. He wants to just keep launching spaceships up into fucking space with no fucking regulatory oversight, and he just wants to put people's lives in danger because I love launching my spaceships, guys. Stupid.
The previous administration was horrible what they did. They spent billions and billions of dollars, and in the end it didn't even come close to working. They tried to hook up wire to copper, and it can't be done, and they just spent billions of dollars and just wasted money. Actually made the system.
What? Trump, do you know what, like, grafting is? Of copper wire? That happens all the fucking time, dude. Like, you take the cable, you take off the insulation of the cable. You make sure the power's off first, obviously, so you don't get electrocuted. You tie the fucking cable together, and then you put, like, electrical tape or new insulation on there. And that's how you graft together copper wire? Most wire is made out of copper? Okay, whatever.
Much worse. So we're going to get a brand new modern system. Congress is working with us on that, and we're going to get it done as quickly as we can. But it's in the works, and once it's done, it'll be good for 30 years. But we have a system that's 48 years old and would have a modern computer hooked into a very outdated computer, and they don't hook up. I mean, they didn't hook up. So after spending billions of dollars, they turned on the system.
He has no idea what he's talking about. I mean, this is the same dude, again, who literally, like, went into a Tesla and just be like, oh, look, it's our computer. Look, it's our computer. And, you know, old man.
And in never any cases, from local to countrywide, they never worked. More than 75,000 bureaucrats have voluntarily left their taxpayer-funded jobs to come out and really do the job. Countless wasteful and unnecessary.
They all left the job because of Elon and Doge fucking with their jobs, you fucking moron. What are you talking about? That's why they left their fucking posts. Elon was trying to destroy the regulatory board that had a lawsuit against him because he kept throwing in space junk, like, everywhere. What are you saying? But okay, no, actually, it's all the fault of the regulatory sort of demons that exist within the FAA. It's all their fault or something. It's stupid.
Contracts have been terminated, and you know that we have terminated many contracts, and many contracts, Elon, are right now being looked at, and it may be 6 months, it may be almost a year in some cases. We're going through procedures, we're going through courts, and we'll remember you as we announce.
Yeah, because what you're doing is illegal. That's why you're going through courts. Crazy.
Billions of dollars of extra waste, fraud, and abuse. Just as an example, Doge canceled.
Of which they have basically found, like, nothing. They've, like the claims that like, how much waste, fraud, and abuse? It was initially $2 trillion, then it went down to $500 billion, then it's $150 billion, and in reality, I think, like, Doge is probably costing the government more because of the fact that, hey, whoa, crazy, because of, like, all of the belligerent nonsense they keep doing, and, you know, hiring and firing and rehiring of, you know, federal workers that they had to do. Crazy. Who would have thought that as a result there'd be a big loss in productivity? Ooh, like, how much money has Doge saved? Do we even know? Doge says it's saved, it says it has saved 160 billion. Those cuts have cost taxpayers 135 billion. That's not 160 billion. That sounds like it's actually 25 billion. And who even knows if that's even true? So that's cool. It says it saved 160 billion through its push to root out wasteful or fraudulent government spending, but that effort may have also come at a cost for taxpayers, with a new estimate from a nonpartisan research and advocacy group estimating that Doge's actions will cost $135 billion this fiscal year. Yeah. Partnership for Public Service, a nonpartisan nonprofit that focuses on the federal workforce. PSP's estimate that on the $270 billion in annual compensation costs for the federal workforce, calculating the impact of Doge's actions from paid leave to productivity hits, the $135 billion cost to taxpayers doesn't include the expense of defending multiple lawsuits challenging Doge's actions, nor the impact of estimated lost tax collections due to staff cuts at the IRS. Whoopsie. Well, I thought Doge was saving a bunch of money. Oh, they may actually be costing more. Whoops. Yeah. Some government agency that tasked with saving the American taxpayer money. Nonsense.
$101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education. $101 million, and that was just a small section of the Department of Education. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. And the landlord never made the kind of money that he made in the last short period of time. $59 million to a hotel in New York City. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. Does anyone know about Burma? $42 million for social and behavioral change in Uganda. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. I can say it's $2 billion to Stacey Abrams and her environmental movement. There was $100 in the account, and all of a sudden they found $2 billion in the account. And I assume that's being looked at. I don't know. I'm not sure, but I assume that's being looked at. Think of that.
So this is like the same shit this dumbass fucking went through with his like initial address to Congress, right? Where he just like, I don't know, lied more or less about everything that's being said here. It is just complete idle conjecture and nonsense. But sure, fuck it, whatever. YOLO swag.
$2 billion. And then Lee will tell you there's another one over there for $20 billion being spent on another environmental cause. $20 billion. Not 20 million, a lot. Not 200,000, which is a lot. So think of it, in her case, you have $100, and now all of a sudden she gets hit with an infusion of $2 billion just before I take office. $20 million for Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. Nobody knows what that's all about. Nobody's been able to find it. $8 million for making mice transgender. So they spent $8 million on...
No, it was transgenic mice. Transgender is, that's a different term. Those are not the same term, right? It's, the transgenic. It's, that's the term. Relating to or denoting an organism that contains, genetic material into which DNA from an unrelated organism has been artificially introduced, right? This is about, like, those woolly mice, right? And there was, like, an article saying, like, this might bring back the return of the woolly mammoth or something. And it's just like, no, it's actually transgender mice. It's not. It's just a mouse that has had, like, different DNA from an animal introduced into its genome. Like, that's it. That's what it is.
Making mice transgender, and those are better than many of the others. I could sit here all day and read things just like that, but we have other things to do. So it's much, much more than just that. We're totally committed to making the Doge cuts permanent and stopping much more of the waste in the months to come. We want to get our great, big, beautiful bill finished and done. After that, we're going to be, we put some of this into the bill.
We love the great,
but
big,
most of it's going to come later. We're going to have it notarized by Congress, affirmed by Congress. In some cases, we'll make cuts. In some cases, we'll just use it in a different layer to save the money. But it's hundreds of billions of dollars. Doge is also fully modernized.
Yeah, by you know, cutting the social safety net, cutting $880 billion from Medicaid and Medicare. So you know, also making cuts to SNAP. It's not Medicaid that's getting cut; it's Medicare that's getting cut. So you know, that's cool. That's fantastic. And by the way, the big beautiful bill still has to go through the Senate, which is where it's definitely going to be seeing revisions, or at least by what the senators are saying. They're not going along with it. It's more than likely going to get revised, and then it has to go back to the House to go through the revisions and stuff like that. And then, if it gets passed, it gets passed, or it can also just get stopped all of a sudden. Like, that still has to play out. Listen, Trump is making it sound like it's very simple. It's gonna pass. It's gonna be great, brilliant, fantastic, folks. And it's just like, actually, no, it's not actually that simple. Trump, you're being kind of silly.
Federal retirement process and continues to work very hard on the IRS modernization, but we're taking that over with Doge. Many of the Doge people, Elon, are staying behind too, so they're not leaving. And Elon's really not leaving. He's going to be back and forth, I think. I have a feeling. It's his baby, and I think he's going to be doing a lot of things. But Elon's service to America is going to be back, folks. Comparison in modern history. He's already running one of the most innovative car companies in the world. You look at his factories and compare them with some of the old factories we have, and it's a big difference. And the most successful space company, and I guess in history you would have to say the largest free speech platform on the internet, etc. Yet Elon...
Yeah, the free speech platform that's crawling with a bunch of fucking Nazis. But, it's the most successful. It's so good, folks. We love the Nazis, don't we, folks? We love all the Nazis that are currently on X, don't we?
Willingly, with all of the success, he willingly accepted the outrageous abuse and slander and lies and attacks because he does love our country. I know that very much. He loves our country. He comes from another country, a country that's going through trials and tribulations, I would say. But he's all about the USA, and Americans owe him a great debt of gratitude. So I just want to thank Elon for his time as a special government employee. Can you imagine? They call him an employee, but it's a special government employee, and for coming and helping us. And he really has changed the mindset of a lot of people. A lot of people thought, maybe we'll cut 1% or 2% or 3%. Then they said, well, we can cut a lot more than that. And we're going to do it very surgically. We're going to continue on the march.
Yeah, very, very surgical cuts Elon has been doing. Yeah, just doing complete belligerent fucking nonsense. Yes, Elon's been very surgical, folks. Let me tell you, he's been very, very precise with everything that he's doing, even though he himself described all the cuts that he's doing as, we're just going to do random shit and, it'll work out, guys, I guess. Yeah, surgical. Mm-hmm.
We're making America great again. When I was in Saudi Arabia, and we were in, as you know, 3 really great countries, predominantly the 3. Qatar was great, UAE was great, Saudi Arabia, incredible. Such an incredible experience to be in those 3 countries. But the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, and I must tell you, the great leaders of the other 2 that we just mentioned, they all said the same thing, that the United States is the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. And 6 months ago, we thought it was dead. It was like a dead country. And it would have been a dead country if we didn't have the right result on November 5th. There would have been a horrible, horrible situation was going on with the borders, with transgender for everyone, men playing in women's sports. And
yeah, because that's definitely a thing that is happening with less than 1% of the fucking population. Yeah, dude. All the transgenders, they're getting in and playing their sports, folks. They're just playing sports. Not really doing anything else besides they're only just playing sports. And there's it's barely even 1% of the fucking population of transgender people that are playing sports. But again, we have to have our fucking scapegoat for our dipshit fucking fascists, because again, because the Republican Party is never going to fundamentally address any of the economic woes the American people are facing, because they don't want to. Their primary donors and primary people that they listen to are capital owners, first and foremost, as always. But Trump, you're doing this press conference with a billionaire right beside you, my dude. We all know who you fundamentally listen to, first order principles. So, come on, buddy. Let's be honest here. You're not fooling anyone with this foolishness.
So much more, but they were saying the hottest country anywhere in the world, and then I played that little clip because I was one person who's respected.
So hot,
but there were 2 people, because Joe was in that one too. Joe's a good man, but that was one group of people saying something about the success of what we've done over the last 4 months. They cannot believe it. In the one case, they said they've never seen anything like it as long as they've been doing what they've been doing. They've been doing it for a long time. So I just I want to thank Elon for helping. And again, the United States right now is the hottest country anywhere in the world. There's no country as hot. And we're doing really well.
We're so hot.
When
so
I left,
sexy.
We had no wars, we had no problems.
We're so sexy because of climate change, obviously, folks. That's why we're so hot. Let me tell you, folks. Also, no wars? What do you mean? What does he mean by, no wars? Buddy, again, this motherfucker loves to constantly brag about, I sent javelins to Ukraine. I sent them javelins, folks. Let me tell you, I sent them the javelins. He loves to do, like, that brag shit all the fucking time. And then, like, also it's just like, what do you mean I had nothing to do with any of these wars? By your logic, Trump, you also directly contributed further to the war in fucking Ukraine. Like, if we just want to engage with his logic for, like, literally 3 seconds. But, you know, whatever. Like, consistency, expecting any consistency from the Trump administration in terms of, like, any issue in particular, it's a farce.
Defeated ISIS, we rebuilt our military, and we had no inflation. And when I came back, we had a lot of inflation. We had wars all over the place. We had the...
Dude, your policies were what, like, caused inflation to go back up. Everyone across the world was suffering from inflation because of, like, corporate price gouging and stuff. You had a fucking part to play in that. But, you know, you can't blame me for anything. Everything I do is so good and epic and awesome. I do nothing wrong. Nothing I do is wrong, obviously.
Embarrassment in Afghanistan, where we gave up billions and billions of dollars of military equipment.
Again, you are part of the reason for as to why the Afghanistan pullout was as much of a shit show. And of course, you guys were in there for 20 fucking years. Of course, it was going to be a shit show. That's just how that works. Like, quite literally. But he doesn't get it. Because again, he's a fucking narcissist who can't accept blame for anything.
Most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, I believe that strongly. We have Russia with Ukraine. We had the attack on Israel in October, the horrible attack.
Yeah, because of the Abrahamic Accords. That's why Hamas did the attack. Like, again, can't accept responsibility for anything, any of his fucking policies, anything that he has done whatsoever. He can't accept responsibility for any of it. It's, you know, it's actually, it's impressive just how unwilling he's like, just how willing he's just not willing to take any accountability or anything for any of his actions. He just can't do it. He just refuses.
October 7th, horrible, horrible attack. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And now we have something where we're really healing a lot of that. We stopped India and Pakistan from fighting. I believe that could...
That's a lie. You did not. India and Pakistan also say, like, you had nothing to fucking do with any of the negotiations. He's just lying. It's just a lie.
It turned out into a nuclear disaster. And I want to thank the leaders of India, the leaders of Pakistan, and I want to thank my people also. We talked trade. And we said we can't trade with people that are shooting at each other and potentially using nuclear weapons. And they were the great leaders in those countries, and they understood, and they agreed. And that all stopped, and we're stopping others from fighting also, because ultimately we can fight better than anybody. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest leaders in the world. We put one of them in charge of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as you know, General Raisin Kane. And we wiped out ISIS, completely wiped out ISIS in 3 weeks. They said it would take 5 years, and we did it in 3 weeks. And that's the way it is, but we don't want to have to use...
Aren't there, like, still some pockets of, like, ISIS resistance, technically speaking? I mean, like, whatever, right? Like, technically speaking, they're still out there, but just nowhere near as, like, prevalent as they used to be. Whatever.
Our military, we want to be peace through strength when we can, and that's the way we're going to have it. So I just want to thank Elon and all of his people. Most of those people are staying, almost all of them are staying, and they're going to be with us. And you're going to see the results coming long into the future. Even a year and 2 years later, you're going to see a lot of the results, and those hundreds of billions of dollars are going to be adding up, and they're going to continue to add. It'll be interesting, really interesting to see what the final number is going to be. But again, Elon gave an incredible service. Nobody like him, and he had to go through the slings and the arrows, which is a shame, because he's an incredible patriot. The good news is that 90% of the country knows that, and they appreciate it, and they really appreciate what he did. And again,
Elon Musk approval rating. What's the approval rating? 35% of Americans said they approve his performance for the Trump administration, while 57% said they disapprove, roughly on par with ratings for the president himself. Yeah, I don't think 90% of people. I mean, if you add 35 with 57%, that's 90%. Wait, Trump's approval rating is at 39%? Woof. That is low. Very, very low. Or it's like the approval rating for his first 100 days. Woof. That is low. But yeah, I don't think people are big fans of Elon right now. I mean, it's why you're even, like, getting rid of him to begin with, right? You want, like, nothing to do with him because he's like, broadly speaking, and everyone fucking agrees with this. Elon Musk he's a political liability, like quite literally.
I gave him a little special something we have here.
Thank you.
A very special that I give to very special people. I have given it to some, but it goes to very special people, and I thought I'd give it to Elon as a presentation from...
Wait, is this the fucking Reddit key? I saw an image of this. Oh my fucking god, it's the fucking Reddit key. Like, literally, dude. It's so fucking funny. Reddit key. Oh, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna find it, dude. Look at this fucking thing. It has the fucking Reddit logo on it, dude. It has the fucking Reddit logo on it, dude. Look at this fucking dumbass thing. Dude! God, it's so over. And Reddit's like, I'll be honest. Okay, as much as I like to shit on fucking Reddit and Redditors in particular, let's be honest here. The one social media platform and website that fucking exists that, you know, doesn't have like any more of these like stupid Nazi like 3 IQ dumb fucks on there constantly populating it and has like still some semblance of enforcement mechanisms of TOS is Reddit, dude. Like, it's Reddit. They're the final bastion of social media, like, unironically. It's so fucking funny. It's a cheap key, too. Other people have that key without the logo. It's a novelty item. God, that's so fucking funny, dude. The fucking Reddit key, dude. God.
Our country. Thank you, Elon.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
Thank you.
Take care, Elon. Keep ruining someone else's country instead.
The luck in this is amazing.
Large luck.
Well, let me say perhaps a few words. That this is not the end of Doge, but really the beginning. My time as a special government employee necessarily had to end. It was a limited time thing. It's 134 days, I believe, which ends in a few days. So that you know, it comes with a time limit. But the Doge team will only grow stronger over time.
Sure.
The Doge influence will only grow stronger. It's I could liken it to sort of Buddhism. It's like a way of life. So it is permeating throughout the government.
Yeah, a way of life that has basically accomplished nothing besides cost taxpayers money. He like literally says it saved $160 billion. Doge's actions have cost $135 billion. Not to mention all the fucking lawsuits that have gone into challenging Doge's actions. Let's be honest here. Maybe they saved like, well, let's be charitable and say like maybe 20 billion, maybe, if even that. Hilarious.
And I'm confident that over time we'll see $1 trillion of savings and a reduction in $1 trillion of waste and fraud reduction. The calculations of the Doge team thus far, in terms of an FY25 to FY26 delta, are over 160 billion, and that's climbing. We expect that number will probably go over 200 billion soon. So I think the Doge team is doing an incredible job. They're going to continue doing an incredible job, and I'll be
He's
and I'll
lying.
to be visiting here and be a friend and advisor to the president, and I look forward to times being back in this amazing room. By the way, isn't this incredible? Look at this incredible. I mean, it's stunning.
Dude, what's with these guys doing like MTV Cribs bits? Like, what the fuck is this, dude? Look how incredible and beautiful the decor is. Look at this. It's incredible. I'm telling you, I think like if Trump is still alive after the fucking goddamn presidency, maybe he should be the new host of MTV Cribs. So here we have this beautiful house in sunny California. Look at it. It's not as beautiful as my house, obviously. My house is obviously more beautiful. I love my golden apartment, but this one's pretty nice as well. Look at these lovely marble columns. We love it, folks. Isn't it fantastic? I'm your host, Donald Trump, and this is MTV Cribs.
I think the way that the Oval Office, the president has just completely redone the Oval Office. It's beautiful. I love the gold in the ceiling.
Thank you. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
It's been a long time that was plastered. Nobody ever really saw it. They didn't know the eagle was up there, and we highlighted. Essentially it's a landmark, a great landmark. And that's 24 karat gold. Everybody loved it, and now they all see it when they come in. So it's been good.
The Oval Office finally has the majesty that it deserves, thanks to the president. So I look forward to continuing to be a friend and advisor to the president.
God, that's so fucking stupid, bro.
And we are relentlessly pursuing $8 trillion in waste and fraud reductions, which will benefit the American taxpayer. That's it, really. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Great
job.
Thank you, Elon, for ruining the country.
The president mentioned that you had to deal with all the slings and arrows during your time at Doge. There's this.
Some of the people, some of the media organizations in this room with the slingers.
Well, so there is a New York Times report today that accuses you of blurring the line between.
Oh, yeah, this is the thing we examined before when, with Elon Musk going on fucking constant ketamine binges. Bro has had so much fucking ketamine that he can't fucking pee properly anymore, which is a side effect of, whoa, using a lot of fucking ketamine. It's fucking hilarious, dude.
New York Times, is that the same publication that got a Pulitzer Prize for false reporting on the Russiagate? Is it the same organization? I gotta check.
Yeah, again, we've debunked this already. The Mueller report found credible evidence of Trump associates like Paul Manafort engaging in rather fucking sussy behavior with, whoa, the Russians. Crazy of trying to find dirt on Hillary Clinton. It's not hyperbole. It's not a fucking lie. What Russiagate was proven to be correct. So, you know, I don't know, cope about it, I guess. I mean, whatever.
I think it is. So I think the judge just ruled.
Yeah, and I think there's also like a Pulitzer, like there's a fucking like lawsuit about it because like of, fucking Elon, not Elon, but Trump is upset about the fact that his illegal actions gets constantly investigated by journalists. So, will the New York Times capitulate to fucking Trump's stupid fucking nonsense? I don't know. Knowing like this sort of like sane washing and sort of like collaboration's the term, yeah, collaboration that the New York Times and all these other like dumbass fucking outlets love to participate in all the fucking time. I have a feeling, just call it a hunch that yes, it may be the case that, you know, they're probably gonna go along with this like complete utter fucking bullshit. So whatever.
Against the New York Times for their lies about the Russiagate hoax, and that they might have to give back that Pulitzer Prize. That New York Times. Let's move on.
Okay, then next question. I got one.
Now that fucking dude thinks he hit that fucking zinger, dude. He's like, listen, they're complete charlatans and liars, and it's just like, but there was credible evidence found in Russiagate about like the actions of the Trump administration being bad. Like it was credible. Like it just was. It was. So, you know, whatever.
President Trump. Biden aides who used to work here are in talks with Republicans in Congress to go and testify about what they did or didn't do to possibly conceal President Biden's decline. Do you think that Dr. Jill Biden should also have to come in and testify about what she did or didn't do?
Well, I hate the concept of it. It's the wife of a man who was going through a lot of problems, and everybody that dealt with him understood that. And I guess it came out during the debate loud and clear. That was the biggest signal of all. They have to do what's right. The country was, there was a lot of dishonesty in the election, as you know, of 2020. That's been now caught. People understand it was a rigged election. And when you go further out, when you see the auto pen, I mean, I think the auto pen is going to become one of the great scandals of all time because you have somebody operating it or a number of people operating. Because I knew Joe Biden. Joe Biden wasn't in favor of opening up borders, letting 21 million people into this from prisons and mental institutions and gang members.
I don't know how many times they have to fucking debunk this shit. No, that's just that's TPS. That's just not how TPS works. God, we'll pull it up again. He didn't let them in. How many times do we have to fucking debunk this fucking stupid conspiracy theory? About nearly 1.2 million of the roughly 21.6 million non-citizen immigrants living in the U.S. are either receiving or eligible for TPS. And again, God, I've done this so many fucking times. He keeps lying. He's just wrong about this. Why? Why was there a massive influx of Venezuelan immigrants? Because of the fucking coup attempt that happened and the associated sanctions that happened right after in 2019. Done by who? Oh, Trump. Trump did that. That's why there was a large fucking wave of Venezuelan migrants. Whoa, what a shocker that it's because of fucking Trump that this shit happened. I don't know. It's silly.
He wasn't into that at all. And you know, who signed these orders, proclamations, and all of the different things that he signed that set our country so far back that was so bad for our country?
With the auto pen, how would it work? Like, we're in the Oval Office right now. If there was a group of rogue staffers that work for you who wanted to advance a bill or...
I don't even know about this like stupid auto pen shit. What the fuck does this matter? Why? Who cares? Oh no, it's an automated pen that's used to sign bills. That means it's causing the downfall of the United States. It's silly.
an executive order without your knowledge. How could they do it? How do they go
Well,
sign
because I'd read your newspapers or your media the next day, and I'd say, well, I didn't approve that, and I would find it. I mean, they wouldn't get away with it for long because I'd say, I never signed that. Who the hell signed that? Auto pens, to me, are used to sign letters to people because we get, I think they said 20,000 letters a week, and you like to be able, when somebody takes the time to write a letter, it's nice to sort of write back. And auto pens are meant for that. Auto pens are not meant to sign major proclamations or tax cuts or borders, anything having to do with the border, which is so important. And if it happened on my watch, I would be able to see it because the next day or sooner I'd be reading about something that I knew nothing about and who the hell signed this. So I almost never use the auto pen. In fact, yesterday I was signing.
Like, I don't know. Like, what is there even to engage with here? It's just nonsense, right? It's silly.
About 81, I think it was 81 proclamations and statements to people that I think should be signed by us. I think when you write letters to foreign dignitaries or presidents or prime ministers, you should be signing those letters, not done with auto pens. I understand he signed almost everything with an auto pen. It's a very dangerous thing. It really means you're not president. Whoever operated the auto pen, and we think we know who that is, and it was actually more than one person, but that's not what the presidency is all about.
I don't think they know who operated the auto pen. I don't believe them. Why do I not believe them? Why do I not believe them? You know, I don't believe them. I just don't.
Reinstate the tariffs on China. You said that they violated the agreement with the U.S.
Well, they did. They violated a big part of the agreement we made. You know, if you read that whole statement, I was very nice to them. I helped them because they were in trouble with the stoppage of a massive amount of business. But I'm sure that I'll speak to President Xi and hopefully we'll work that out. But yeah, there's a violation of the agreement. Yeah, please.
Doesn't go into at all what the violation, like what is the violation of the agreement? Like, why don't we look at this at what is the violation of the trade agreement with China? Like, what is it? He keeps saying this. Breaching trade agreement among tariff control. I don't know. Let's see the Washington Post. No, of course they fucking spam me with that shit. Reuters, sure. Like, what did China do? Like what? Rally in Pennsylvania, Nippon Steel. Rare earth licenses told Reuters that it appeared China was moving slowly on promises to issue export license for rare earth minerals. The deal called for China to lift trade countermeasures that restrict its exports of critical critical metals needed for U.S. semiconductor, electronics, and defense production. The Chinese are slow rolling their compliance, which is completely unacceptable. Wait, that doesn't mean they're violating the fucking agreement. They're just slow rolling it, okay? Because, man, why would they slow roll it? Because of Trump's fucking belligerence. Because he can't be fucking trusted with anything. So they're just gonna slow roll. I don't understand. Like, what exactly is the problem here? I don't know. Silly. It's stupid.
Can you give us an update to the latest ceasefire agreement that Israel has agreed to, but Hamas is still considering?
Well, they're very close to an agreement on Gaza, and we'll let you know about it during the day or maybe tomorrow. We have a chance of that. And I think we have a chance of making a deal with Iran also. They don't want to be blown up. They would rather make a deal. And I think that could happen in the not-too-distant future. That would be a great thing if we could have a
Iran
deal
wants to make a
without
deal,
bombs being dropped all over the Middle East. That would be a very good thing. They can't have a nuclear weapon. We want them to be safe. We want them to have a very, very successful nation. Let it be a great nation, but we can't have them. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. And I think we're fairly close to a deal with Iran.
I believe that Iran has been getting closer and closer to the enrichment necessary for weapons-grade uranium, I think. You know, they've been getting closer and closer to the threshold of like 90%, I think, for weapons-grade uranium. And again, it's because of a lot of Trump's fucking idiotic belligerence. Like, he is the reason why this is fucking happening. Like, well, it's not only him, right? I'm not gonna say, okay. Honestly, in this respect, it's not 100% fucking Trump's fault. A lot of it is also because of Israel. But again, the manufacturing of consent for Israel being done constantly by the Trump administration is also, like, is significantly fucking goddamn contributing to the fucking problem. So, you know, like, I don't know, maybe if Israel just wasn't, like, I don't know, so dog shit of, like, a nation, maybe if they stopped their ethno-nationalism, you know, maybe. Maybe there would be peace in the Middle East. Nah, just saying.
Yeah, please. You said just now that you look forward to being a friend and advisor to the president. So do you expect to continue advising the president and Doge informally, or are you going to sort of shift your focus entirely to your companies?
Well, I expect to continue to provide advice whatever the president would like advice.
I hope so.
I mean, yeah, I expect to remain a friend and an advisor, and certainly, if there's anything the president wants me to do, I'm at the president's service.
Mr. Musk, on Doge, you said that there was $1 trillion promise for cuts from Doge.
Yes, I think we do expect over time to achieve the $1 trillion.
But what have you found in your time here was the biggest roadblock to getting those cuts? Was it the cabinet, or was it Congress, or something else? What was the biggest roadblock from your work?
It's mostly just a lot of hard work. It's really not any one person or Congress. It's going through. Really
yeah, I totally believe that Elon Musk is working very, very hard. Yeah, dude, totally.
Millions of line items and saying just each one of them makes sense or does not make sense. Obviously, at times when you cut expenses, those who are receiving the money, whether they're receiving that money legitimately or not, they do complain. And you're not going to hear someone confessing that they received money inappropriately. Never. They're going to always say that they received money appropriately for an important cause. Naturally, that's what you'd expect. So we just got it's just a lot of work going through the vast expenses of the federal government and just really asking questions. What's this money for? Are you sure it's actually
Bro, we're
being used
asking
well?
some questions, bros.
Many times we can't even find anyone who defends it. So for a lot of the expenses, there's actually no defender at all. And then we have to just go work through the process of stopping the spending, where there's often literally no defender. Nobody even knows why the money's being spent. It's truly absurd. I mean, we find situations where there are millions of software licenses with 0 people using them. 0. Exactly. This is the quizzical expression. You're like, surely, if there's millions of software licenses, someone should be using them. No, and then we got to go through the process.
Okay, Elon, I know that you don't know how companies work, but like quite literally, like a bunch of companies will have a bunch of extra software licenses. How do I know this? I work in fucking tech, right? A bunch of companies will have extra software licenses just in case they have to do like a bunch of emergency hires. This happens all the fucking time. They'll have a couple of extra just kind of lying around if they have to do emergency stuff. This is constant. But Elon doesn't fucking know any of that stuff. Which is... It's probably the same thing with how the government also operates. They probably have a bunch of emergency licenses lying around just in case shit happens.
Of saying, okay, look, if no one's using the software, we can terminate this software license agreement. That's everywhere.
Mr. Musk, what do you think would...
I'm curious about this. Elon software license claim. Sure. Doge's misplaced war on software licenses. Let's see. Yeah, also, like, multi-user environments is also a fucking thing. Like, he doesn't understand that. There's tons of reasons for as to why you have extra software licenses lying around, right? Like, multi-user fucking environments. Like, quite literally. Listen to this story. Elon Musk's Department of Government agency announced this week that it covered large batches of unused software licenses as it continues to hunt for examples of waste in Washington. On Monday, Doge alleged that the General Services Administration has 37,000 licenses for the file compression encryption tool WinZip. Dude, just use WinRAR. What do you mean? Why are you doing that? Even though the agency has only about 13,000 employees. Fixes are actively in work. Okay. Is Elmo so dumb that he doesn't understand multi-user license deals and that it's very unlikely that any license has its full potential of users? That's a pretty good fucking point. This happens all the fucking time. That's how software licenses just work. But, you know. Understanding Doge's license scrutiny. On his ongoing quest to trim federal spending, led by Elon Musk, has turned its attention. Prime example of government waste: software licenses, 37,000, workforce of 15,000. He still doesn't understand what multi-user fucking licenses mean, but whatever. Why licenses don't tell the full story. When Doge announced that the General Services Administration had nearly 3 times as many WinZip licenses as employees, the implication was clear: government waste has been uncovered. However, software licensing experts and federal IT managers quickly pointed out several legitimate reasons for this apparent discrepancy. Device-based versus user-based licensing. As Liz Lesius, spokesperson for Alludo, formerly Coral, the company behind WinZip, explained to Wired, licensing for WinZip is based on the number of devices on which it is installed. Oh, so guess what? They have probably 37,000 different devices. Crazy. So it's like I said before, they probably have a bunch of extra shit just lying around just in case they need extra devices. They all need licensing then for these fucking softwares. Crazy. So what? Based on the number of devices on which is installed, not the number of employees which have access to the software. This fundamental distinction undermines the direct comparison between license counts and employee head counts. Whoa. In modern federal agencies, employees often use multiple devices, desktop computers, laptops, tablets, and testing environments. Yeah, that's also a pretty good fucking point. Whoa. At Elon, people use multiple devices for multiple fucking reasons. And guess what? Each individual device gets a fucking license for that software. Crazy. Each requiring its own license for installed software. It is typical that there are more devices than employees in an organization. Yup. Why? In case people get fucking onboarded and they don't have to just order in what they fucking need at any particular time. He just doesn't understand how IT works. How do I know this? I work in IT. I know because I've done this stuff before. So it's stupid. It's very, very silly, dude. It is typical that there are more devices than employees in an organization. Latest is loaded, highlighting a reality that applies across both public and private sectors. And also, yes, you need different permissions and accesses for contractor and external user access. This is very, very common. Federal agencies frequently provide software access to contractors, temporary workers, and external partners who collaborate on government projects but aren't counted in official employee tallies. You know, a lot of the people that Doge just randomly got rid of. But whatever, sure. These additional users require legitimate licenses but aren't reflected in the employee numbers Doge used as its baseline for comparison. A former federal official who worked on technology licensing across multiple presidential administrations told Wired that agencies may also purchase software licenses on behalf of their contractors, often because government negotiated rates provide better value than what contractors could secure independently. It is a very clear way for agencies to manage costs, the official explained. I need to get to the Shattered Planet, AJ. That's like literally the only thing I have left to do in this game, and then I beat the game. So yeah, Elon doesn't understand how multi-level, like multi-user agreements work, and he doesn't understand that very often organizations have more devices than people. Why? In case they onboard people. They have devices to give to them so they can start working. That's how that works. Crazy.
Be easier, colonizing Mars or making the government efficient?
It's a tough call, but I think colonizing Mars and making life multi-planetary is harder. And as I said, we do expect to achieve over time. We can't do it in like a few months, but if you say...
keep in mind, this is also the same motherfucker who said that we should have been on Mars by, like, now. 2025 is the year where we should have been on Mars. TikTok, Elon, why aren't we on Mars? Oh, it's a complete charlatan nonsense to begin with. Silly.
I think the official end of Doge, which the president may choose to extend, is the middle of next year. Say by the middle of next year, with the support of the president and Congress, could we achieve $20 of savings? I think so. We're on track to do so.
Do you have faith that Congress is going to do
Thank
you, Mr. President. You had mentioned earlier in the week that Doge had become a whipping boy, and as the president mentioned, you went through a lot to go through this process. Yeah. Was it worth it for you, and what would you change?
Yeah, so what we found was happening was that if there were any cuts anywhere, then people would assume that was done by Doge. And so we became like essentially the Doge boogeyman, where if any cut anywhere would be ascribed to Doge. A friend of mine's daughter, who's at law school at Georgetown, thought that Doge had cut the Senate, the internships, the legal internships for the Senate, and we have nothing to do with that. So if they haven't cut, it's not to do with us, just as an example. So it just became a bit ridiculous where any cut anywhere was somehow Doge, including things that made no sense, and we would agree.
I mean, buddy, you're the one who initially started doing all the cuts before the fucking big, beautiful bill started coming in and fucking with all that shit. Yeah, you did a lot of cuts of federal employees, thus making things way more fucking inefficient, which, guess what? That pissed off a lot of people. Crazy, I know.
It made no sense. There are many things that occur in the government because it's the banal evil of bureaucracy. It's sort of the frankly largely uncaring nature of bureaucracy. It's as the great Milton Friedman said, money is spent most clearly when it is someone else's money being spent on people you don't know, and that's how federal spending is. And then you can't really even.
The fuck are you fucking talking about, dude? Like, federal spending is used on, like, social safety net programs and stuff like that, dude. It's not just, like, willy-nilly spent. I mean, of course he mentions fucking Milton Friedman, that complete hack charlatan, but, you know, other people's money are spent on goods and fucking services that are only provided by the state. The problem is the U.S. fucking state is so captured by corporations and so fucking ridiculously broken and deregulated that, whoa, it's not able to serve in its fucking purpose or function to do regulatory business and practices. But yeah, well, you know, actually it's all just bad because it's the state that's doing it. No, you're just mad about the fact that a lot of fucking federal organizations and stuff like that have to fucking regulate your dumbass fucking companies. Why do you like? That's why you went so hard against the fucking against the FAA in particular, right? He went so hard against the FAA because of the fact that they were saying, like, you need to pay for the fact that you keep throwing in, like, random fucking space junk all the time, and we want you to stop doing that. And Elon doesn't want to fucking stop doing that because, again, for him, it's all about, whoa, he just wants to fucking do a belligerent nonsense in space all the fucking time. Crazy. Who would have thought?
Blame the individuals because the way the government works is complaint minimization. So when you do try to, when someone within the government tries to stop money being spent, there's usually someone that complains, and then their manager will say it's not worth the trouble, just pay it anyway. That happens over and over again.
So what's
I think it was an important thing. I think it was a necessary thing. I think it will have a good effect in the future.
Thank you, President Trump. This week there was a video on board a plane that showed the First Lady of France slapping her husband, Emmanuel Macron. Do you have any world leader to world leader marital advice on the phones?
Make sure the door remains closed. That was not good. No, I spoke to him.
Well, I'm so curious. Wait, really? Macron getting slapped by furious, white, and embarrassing airport. They were bickering. Okay, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie.
He's fine. They're fine. They're two really good people. I know them very well, and I don't know what that was all about, but I know them very well, and they're fine.
What do you think about the Democratic Party plan to avoid being swept in every battleground state again by spending $20 million to study how to speak to American men?
Well, you know, they spent 2.8 billion. We spent 1.5. We spent much less. We spent about half of what they spent, and at the end they were $28 million short. They had to be. They spent 2.8 billion. It's a lot, but they couldn't get 28 million at the end, and now they want to spend. I read that they want to spend money to learn how to talk. That's fake. You don't want to be fake. You shouldn't have to hire consultants to say what America needs, because then they should be the consultants should be running the deal, not them. But I read that they.
I mean, Trump's not wrong here. He's correct when he's saying this. Yeah, this like idea that you need to learn how to speak to a young American man, it's stupid. You know, constant fucking failures of the fucking Democratic Party being laid pretty fucking threadbare here. Whoa, who would have thought they're fucking worthless? Yeah, crazy.
We want to spend a lot of money in each state. So we won all 7 swing states, 7 out of 7. We won a lot more than that. We won the popular vote. We won everything. And they want to spend money to find out what they did wrong. And I mean, I can tell you what they did wrong. I can tell you every one of their programs, when they say men playing in women's sports, I would say that's not a winner. When they say transgender for everybody, I think that's not a winner. When they
yeah, that's not the reasons why the Democrats fucking lost. The Democrats lost because they don't fucking believe in anything. At the very least, the Republicans have a sort of, you know, belief and thought for, like, the future, right? They have, like, something, an agenda that they push for. It's wretched and horrible and evil. No shit. But it's an agenda. It exists. It's something, technically speaking, but that's the real fucking problem with the Democratic Party. They're so fucking consultant-brained and, like, policy wonk fucking brained that they're never going to be able to be effective at speaking to the American people because, again, like, no one likes the vibes of fucking being a Democrat. That's, like, the biggest fucking problem. Just no one wants to be a Democrat because it's just not cool to be a Democrat. Which is obviously, like, okay, silly and stupid, right? Like, I think that the fact that this is the case is fucking ridiculous, but, you know, unfortunately, this is just kind of the environment that we currently find ourselves in. So, what can you do?
They say open borders so the entire world population of criminals can pour into our country. I don't think that's a winner. I mean, I just gave them that for free.
It's definitely happening.
I don't know if they'll change their ways. I see them all the time. I see people that I know in.
Again, like, Trump's never going to give the actual, like, that's not the actual reasons why the Democrats fucking lost, but they lost because they're a fundamentally dead party that doesn't believe in anything. That's the problem with the Democrats.
Congress Democrats, they're trying to justify some of the things I just said. You can't justify them. They're, you know, I always hear they're 80-20 issues. I say they're not 80-20, they're 97-3. They might be 99-1. They're not 80-20. They wish they were 80-20. And they're wasting a lot of money if they're going to continue with that nonsense.
And this one's a little bit more of a page 6 question, but back when you hosted The Apprentice, you mentioned once in 2012 that Diddy was a good friend of yours back then. He has since found himself in some very serious legal trouble.
Yeah, that's true.
Would you ever consider pardoning him?
Well, nobody's asked. You had to be the one to ask, Peter, but nobody's asked. But I know people are thinking about it. I know they're thinking about it. I think some people have been very close to asking. First of all, I'd look at what's happening. And I haven't been watching it too closely, although it's certainly getting a lot of coverage. I haven't seen him. I haven't spoken to him in years. He used to really like me a lot, but I think when I ran for politics, that relationship busted up from what I read. I don't know, he didn't tell me that, but I'd read some little bit nasty statements in the paper all of a sudden. You know, it's different. You become a much different person when you run for politics and you do what's right. I could do other things, and I'm sure he'd like me, and I'm sure other people.
Bro, you do like nothing that's fucking right. Like, you are very, very fucking unpopular right now, Trump. Like, what are you waffling on about, bro? Like, you are very, very unpopular. I think we just read this like not that long ago, but his current approval rating is like what, 39%? That's pretty bad, my dude.
Would like me, but it wouldn't be as good for our country. As we said, our country's doing really well because of what we're doing. So it's not a popularity contest. So I don't know, I would certainly look at the facts. If I think somebody was mistreated, whether they like me or don't like me, it wouldn't have any impact on me.
Mr. President, on the Big Beautiful Bill, would you like to see the Senate build in some support for your tariffs on the Big Beautiful Bill, or should that be a standalone bill?
I have great support on the tariffs. I mean, I was so honored that we got that ridiculous stay lifted because that would have taken away presidential power. It would have taken away everything that was.
Trump is lying about this. He's talking about the not the Supreme Court, but the Federal Appeals Court. When he appealed the International Trade Court in New York, that 3-judge panel that said, like, yeah, you can't do this under the IEEPA, right? And he appealed it. It went to the Federal Court of Appeals, and they said, like, well, we still need to take a look and assess the current merit of this, not the appeal, but of the actual, not injunction, but of the what the International Trade Court is saying. So for now, temporarily, we're going to let Trump's unilateral tariff use still go on for the time being, while we continue to assess and see, you know, if Trump can continue to do what he claims he can do. Personally, I think what he's doing is probably illegal because there is no. He justified the tariffs as if there is an emergency currently in the U.S. What is the emergency? Meh?
Was granted by the founders. It would have been a terrible thing. And it would have, most importantly, would have left us vulnerable. We have a lot of countries that use tariffs on us and use them viciously, actually, viciously. And if we didn't have the power to use tariffs on them, and instantly, not when you go back to Congress and try and get hundreds of people to agree on something, that would take months to get just one simple proclamation. If we didn't have the power to counteract their...
Yeah, but the problem is, Trump, is that, like, a lot of the fucking shit that you do is, it's illegal. Including this. This is also illegal.
Hours, you wouldn't have a country left. We have to act fast. We have to be fast and nimble, as they say. And that was a really great moment, I think, yesterday when that stay was lifted. And hopefully now we'll go to court and just win that battle. Because if we don't have the power to do what they're doing to us, we are going to be a great nation no longer.
Elon Musk was once idolized by folks on the left in this country before joining your administration. Now he's considered a hero by conservatives. Why do you think this man and what he's done in American life has been so politicized?
His life has been amazing. When I look at so many different things, I look at...
I wonder why his life is so politicized, you know? I wonder why. I wonder why. Donated, I wonder why he's considered to be fucking politicized. I can't think of anything in particular. I wonder why. I wonder why. I mean, we can even just go, like, take a quick look on fucking Twitter and see, like, I don't know, whatever, like, idiotic nonsense most of, like, the dipshits of Twitter like to constantly talk about or say. Elon Musk is, like, so politicized now. You know, why is that? I could think of some reasons.
I look at that rocket being, guided back into position. I've never seen that before. I thought it was a space movie. I thought it was a movie. You look at what he's done in terms of communication. It's been unbelievable. So many different, even tunnels going underground, not having to go through all the process of going, he's got to come.
Yeah, the stupid grift that Elon Musk did with like all of his stupid dumb fuck companies because, he wanted to stop California from building high-speed rail. So he's just like, dude, I'm just going to make a company, the Boring Company, in order to, make it such that California doesn't install high-speed rail because everyone needs to drive Teslas and needs to drive my products. That's actually the real reasoning. But, it's because of drilling holes in the ground. Totally.
Company that does that. He's got so many different companies. Starlink, as an example. He saved a lot of lives, probably hundreds of lives in North Carolina. I don't even know if you remember, but I called you. They needed Starlink in North Carolina. And I didn't know what the hell Starlink was. I said, what is it? Who owns it? He said, do you know Elon Musk? I said, you happen to know the gentleman. This was before his government stay. And they said, we really need it because North Carolina became an island. There was people had no communication. They had no access to anything, and they were dying. And I called up Elon, and you can't get it because it's so successful. It's very hard to get. And he had...
I mean, the reason why there was also some problems, broadly speaking, with what was going on there in particular is because of the fact that, it's because of the fact that there's been a lot of fucking defunding and deregulation of fucking FEMA that was done by mostly fucking Republicans. So, again, these motherfuckers, in terms of like disaster relief, it's mostly the Republican Party that are to blame for all of the fucking government inefficiencies because they keep fucking with the government constantly and making it more and more inefficient to the degree that, hey, it's not able to provide the fucking services it needs. Because again, if the government is able to provide the fucking services it needs to the people, they would never fucking vote Republican ever again. No one would want any of that stuff to be cut. So, and since we have to fucking provide, guess what? All the power and, maintenance of hierarchy and control. What is the first order principle for all these fucking dumbass conservatives? It's that exactly. Since they have to do everything possible in order to maintain these systems of power and control, of course, it's like harder than fucking ever to, have, what is it? This sort of like necessary vestiges of not power, but the sort of like necessary mechanisms that is used and needed throughout the fucking government in order to be able to provide for the fucking people. Because guess what? They keep getting like tampered with or destroyed by conservatives who are in league with fucking billionaires. Crazy. It's almost as if the billionaires are the main fucking problem, guys. Crazy. Who would have thought?
So much of it brought over there, and they told me it was unbelievable. It saved a lot of lives. So, he's just done a lot of things. I don't think he gets credit for what he's done. But he's a very good person, too.
Elon's done so much good.
He wasn't a good person, but he did the same things. I probably maybe speak differently. He happens to be a really good person who loves the country.
Mr. President, one big, beautiful bill. You had indicated this week that there were some things you didn't like about what had passed in the House. What changes do you want to see the Senate make? And you had also indicated there were things you didn't like about the bill. What would you be suggesting he push senators to change in their version?
Well, I'll tell you, I'll go first. It's an unbelievable bill. It cuts your deficits. It cuts, it's a huge cutting. But
it raises the fucking deficit. He's just lying. He's just wrong. It, in fact, raises the deficit by $3.8 trillion by doing tax cuts for the rich. So, and that's like the current sort of talking point that the Republicans are running with. It's just like, oh, what do you mean? Like, this is totally like not going to go into the deficit. It's just a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie.
But there's the things I'd like to see maybe cut a little bit more. I'd like to see a bigger cut in taxes. It's going to be the largest tax decrease or cut in the history of our country.
Let's go raise the deficit more.
Lower number. I was shooting for a slightly lower number. I would have
raised the deficit more.
With all of that being said, when you look at the tax cut and the fact that the original tax cut, which made us so successful, we had the most successful 4 years in the history of our country, the economy, and this is going to be even better. And you see that by the reports that came out
raise
just
the
yesterday or
deficit
tonight. I guess they were
more.
released this morning at 8 o'clock. You see the kind of numbers where somebody that's a pro is like, whoa, I haven't seen numbers like this since I've been doing this. These are human emotions of professionals that have never seen numbers like, and we've just
raise
started.
the deficit
the bill is
more.
a great bill. It's going to be
raise it more.
It's going to be negotiated with the Senate, with the House, but the end result is it extends the Trump tax cuts. If it doesn't get approved,
yeah, which is not deficit neutral, it adds to the fucking deficit more and more and more. But these motherfuckers don't care about any of that shit.
You'll have a 68% tax increase. You're going to go up 68%. That's a number that nobody's ever heard of before. You'll have a massive tax increase. If it does get approved, you'll have a large tax cut, the largest we've ever had. When you add the past tax cuts that we got you, the Trump tax, they call them the Trump tax cuts. It's an amazing bill. It does amazing things. With all of that, it's going to be adjusted a little bit over the next coming weeks, and I think it's going to be passed. The Republicans want to pass it. With all of the great things it does.
No, they don't. Not in the current form, at least. They fucking hate this bill. But, okay, sure, yeah. Republicans totally want to pass my big, beautiful bill, which is so big and beautiful. Also, again, you know, negative points for originality, as always with Trump. Big, beautiful bill, you know, build back better. Fascists and originality do not go well together. At all.
Including an extension of debt. It's the extension. We have to extend the debt. If we don't extend debt, we're in default. Now, the Democrats might like our country to be in default, but in 250 years, we've never been in default. That was handed to them by a very well-meaning man that gave it.
Yeah, but you are the guys that keep constantly doing that shit. You're the one who. It's so fucking ridiculous and silly that it's like, because of like the Democrats' ineffectiveness and like sort of like talking about and dealing with fucking taxes, like they completely ceded the issue to the fucking Republicans when. Under every fucking Republican fucking administration, ever since I think ever since Reagan, they have increased the debt and the fucking deficit. Like, this motherfucker also increased the debt and the fucking deficit during his first term. He's just lying. He's just lying and he's wrong.
To them because he thought it was the right thing to do. It could have been their problem before the election, but this man thought it was the right thing to do, and he was well-meaning. I don't hold anything against him for that, but that was put on our plate when it should have been on the Democrats. September 28th, the famous date. It should have been taken care of by the Democrats, but this person, a man of power, gave it to us so that in June that comes due. Well, we have to take care of that because if we don't take care of it, we have a country in default, and we don't ever want to have a country in default. You know, I'll tell you, a certain senator, Elizabeth Warren, said that she would never, ever allow a default on our debt. She would never let it happen. And
but you guys are the ones who keep pushing for policies and tax cuts for the rich that would make this fucking happen. Like, God, it's so fucking annoying and insane to just be like, dude, like, you people are the ones who are responsible for the U.S. fucking potentially defaulting on its fucking debt, and it's just like, no, like, what are you talking about? Like, it's not us, it's totally, it's because of, like, Elizabeth Warren and all those people. It's actually not, we have nothing to do with it. I don't know what you're talking about.
She would like to get rid of the debt ceiling, what's called the debt ceiling. I call it the debt extension because we really need an extension, that she'd like to see that gotten rid of. And there are many people that agree, many Democrats agree with that. But we gave that through, and you know, I don't want to say an error, he did it well-meaning. They gave that to us. It was a Democrat problem just before the election. Would have had a huge impact on the election. And to our benefit, we won anyway, but to our benefit. But felt that really for the good of the country, we should extend that. But Elizabeth Warren and various other people would like to see that, her whole career she wanted to see it terminated, gotten rid of. Not being voted.
Yeah, because the debt ceiling is often used as like a measure and excuse of Republicans to interrupt like good fucking legislation that would help the social safety net. That's why Elizabeth Warren wants to see the debt ceiling gotten rid of. It's because it's often used by the Republican Party to be like, actually, this is not going to be debt or deficit neutral. Like, you know, the stupid like fucking PAYGO shit that constantly fucking happens. As like an excuse to not have like good progressive legislation passed through any parts of Congress. Like, quite literally, people talk about constantly how like Congress is incredibly ineffective and will never get anything accomplished or done. Shit like the fucking deficit and like not the deficit but the debt ceiling are reasons for us to why. And it's not like an official sort of like Senate procedure. It's just like a tradition that they have. It's stupid.
Voted on every 5 years or 10 years. And the reason was because it's so catastrophic for our country. And I always agreed with her. That was one thing I agreed with her on. Now, I haven't spoken to her, but I would say that if you asked her that question now, she'd say, no, it's their problem. But it's a very unfortunate situation.
Yeah, because, again, like, the reason why it's your guys' problem is because you are the Republican Party is the one who always fucking It's you guys who constantly use it all the fucking time, incredulously. It's actually just insane, dude.
very unfair situation, and she happened to be right on that. It should be gotten rid of, or it should simply be extended. But that's one of the things that gets taken care of in this bill. That automatically gets extended for a 4-year period, and it should be. But I agree with Elizabeth Warren on that. I think you should get rid of it. It's too catastrophic. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are they still welcomed to study in the United States? And one question for Mr. Musk.
The students? Well, we want to have great students here. We just don't want students that are causing trouble. We want to have students. I want to have foreign students. I think Harvard, it's close to...
What trouble are they causing? Saying genocide is bad. Not crazy. Who would have thought?
31%, that's a lot. Our country's given 5...
I think, like, Marco Rubio is trying to assess the fucking student visas now to see if they have, like, Chinese Communist Party ties now. Like, that's the fucking thing that's happening, right? Like, Marco Rubio, Chinese student visa. Yeah, after Rubio seeks to revoke their visas, Chinese students say U.S. resembles the country they left. Not crazy. Who would have thought? Chinese students say they're questioning the decision to study in the U.S. after Secretary of State Marco Rubio announced that the federal government will attempt to aggressively revoke their visas. What did these Chinese students do? I don't know. Like, maybe protest for Palestinian emancipation? Not even that. Like... That's probably also just complete fucking hogwash and bullshit. No, it's fucking xenophobia fucking bullshit, because this guy's a fucking neoconservative, right? He's a neocon. There's no war he didn't like, so obviously he's gonna, like, come up with, like, the stupid excuse of saying, like, well, they're obviously all a bunch of Chi-Com fucking bastards who wanna, I don't know, see the downfall of America. I don't know, buddy. You're working for the administration that's orchestrating that itself pretty fucking easily. But yeah, sure, okay, whatever.
$1 billion plus to Harvard over a short period of time. Nobody knew that. We found that out. I wouldn't say that was a Doge thing, but we found that out over a period of time. That was sort of a Trump thing. We ended up in litigation for other reasons because they're very anti-Semitic. And in finding out and in going through...
Yeah, the anti-Semitism in question. Personally, I think Palestinians should not be turned into mulch. Fuck! I did an anti-Semitism. Fuck, it's over for me, guys.
The books, we found out that the country gave them $5 billion plus, much more than that, actually. And we're having it out with them, and let's see what happens. I think we have a very good, well, it's a very sad case. It's a case we win. We can't lose that case because we have the right to make grants. We're not going to make any grants like that. But I don't think Harvard's been acting very nicely. I think Columbia wants to get to the bottom of the problem. They've acted very well. And there are other institutions, too, that are acting, but Harvard...
Yeah, because they want to fucking capitulate to you, right? Harvard is not willing to capitulate to fucking Trump's fucking idiotic bullshit because they have the fucking money, right? They have billions of fucking dollars of money in order to be able to fight these stupid, deleterious fucking lawsuits. This complete fucking utter nonsense. This attack on educational institutions that the Trump administration is attempting to orchestrate. But, whatever. Complete stupid nonsense, as always, from this stupid, dumbass fucking administration.
Harvard's trying to be a big shot. And all that happens is every 3 days we find another $100 million that was given. 2 days ago we found $200 million more. The money's given to them like gravy. I'd like to see the money go to trade schools, where people learn how to fix motors and engines, where people learn how to build rockets.
Let's go! The new learn to code, learn a fucking trade. Let's go! It's fucking happening. The new fucking wave of propaganda of... Dude, what if everyone just, like, learned to heckin' trade instead of learned how to do, I don't know, all this other stuff that's also necessary and fucking important? Who's ready for a new fucking, hiring wave to not fucking materialize at all when all these people learn to fucking trade? I'm telling you, dude, it's gonna fucking happen. Just you wait, like, 5 fucking years from now, when all these motherfuckers, saying, like, oh, dude, I learned how to become a plumber, and there's, like, no fucking jobs for plumbing at all. Because it's gonna fucking happen. Same shit with learn to code. Learn a fucking trade, learn a code. Great.
Rocket ships, because somebody has to build those rocket ships, and I'd like to see trade schools set up, because you could take $5 billion plus hundreds of billions more, which is what's spent, and you could have the greatest trade school system anywhere in the world, and that's what we need to build his rockets and robots and things that he's doing, and to build lots of other things. And
you're gonna need, like, it's not plumbers and carpenters. Do you know what a tradesman is, Trump? Those are carpenters, construction workers, plumbers. Those guys don't build robotics. Those are engineers, software developers that build fucking robotics, you moron.
I went to school with people. In some cases, they weren't good students, but they could fix the engine of a car better than anybody I've ever seen. They could take it apart blindfolded. They had an ability to that. and they did very well. They made a lot of money. It's a very skilled job. It's great. But I'd like to see a lot of money going into trade schools. I've always felt that. And we probably found our pot of gold, and that's what's been wasted at places like Harvard. And the money's been wasted. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I wanted to ask quickly, Mr. Musk, is your eye okay? What happened to your eye? I noticed there's a bruise there.
Well, it wasn't. I wasn't anywhere near France. So, but.
What does that mean?
No, I didn't notice it. First Lady of France. I didn't notice.
So, I just wasn't around with Lex, and I said, go ahead, punch me in the face, and he did. Turns out even a 5-year-old punching you in the face actually does.
No, it was X that did?
Yeah.
Imagine getting a black eye from a fucking 5-year-old. How much of a fucking pussy are you, Elon? Pussy. Imagine getting a black eye from a fucking 5-year-old. God, that's fucking hilarious. That's the most fucking pathetic shit I've ever heard of in my fucking life. Like, I got punched in the face by a 5-year-old, so, that is why I, have a black eye now. Like, fucking Christ, bro. God! He's such a fucking loser.
X could do it. If you knew X, could do it.
Right now. I didn't really...
Yeah, that X, I guess that X really did give it to him, huh? Yeah, literally.
So much at the time, and then I guess it bruises up. But I just wasn't around the kid.
I didn't notice it, actually.
I know that you try to stay pretty neutral because not your war. But
by the way, not my war. I just want to solve the problem for people. This was not a war that was going to happen if I were president.
Right, and so not your war. But as you try to fix it, and as you survey this hellscape.
I mean, again, like... Fucking this motherfucker gave a bunch of fucking weapons to the fucking Ukrainians. It's about as much his war as anyone else's war. Kerch Strait incident happened under the Trump administration. Yeah, whatever.
Of the Ukrainian front lines.
It's horrible.
And you and your team deal with a very stubborn Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
Do you look?
And Zelensky.
Yeah. But do you look at this conflict?
Zelensky too.
We gotta make sure it's both sides. Yeah, totally. Zelensky's is one of the main guys who's being really fucking stubborn because of. He has to deal with a belligerent such as yourself. I think it's understandable why he may be being a little stubborn because of like all the stupid arbitrary bullshit that you keep putting the fucking way for no reason. But whatever.
Any differently now? Like, do you look at this and see Putin as the good guy or the bad guy?
So I've known him very well, and I went through a lot of things with him because Russia was, the Russia hoax turned out to be a total hoax. New York Times, they got a Pulitzer Prize. They have to get back the Pulitzer Prize. That's my lawsuit, and they're doing very poorly on that lawsuit. But they wrote stories about how it was.
Yeah, because the New York Times would prefer to fucking capitulate to your stupid ass instead of dealing with your dumb fucking deleterious fucking lawsuits. Failures of American media yet again showing its stupid fucking ugly head as always.
It was false, and a lot of Washington Post also. I have gotten to see things that I was very surprised at. Rockets being shot into cities like Kiev during a negotiation that I felt was maybe very close to ending. We were going to solve a problem, and then all of a sudden rockets got shot into a couple of cities and people died. I saw things that I was surprised at. So
I'm being played like a complete fiddle. I'm saying, Vladimir, stop. I thought we were best friends. Why aren't you stopping? Why do you keep bombing those Ukrainians? I thought we were in negotiations. Because Comrade Trump, it was never about giving hope to the Ukrainians. We just want to fucking conquer their country because Vladimir Putin's doing this to secure a legacy. That's the only reason why he's fucking doing this. But does this dumbass know about that? No.
And I don't like being surprised. So I'm very disappointed in that way. With that being said, I'd like to see it end. 5,000 people, I think the number's even more than that, but 5,000 people a week are being killed. Mostly soldiers, but also people that live in...
Are 5,000 people being killed a week in Ukraine? I'm curious. Are 5,000 people being killed a week in Ukraine? Kiev independent. Trump claims 5,000 Russians, Ukrainian soldiers are killed every week. Here's what the numbers say. Because I'm just going to say this right here. The casualty numbers would be, do not fucking reflect this. Maybe like overall in the whole entirety of the world? I don't know. After the deadliest attack on Kiev last summer killed 13 civilians, U.S. President Donald Trump appears to said lose patience with Russia, posting on social media. Vladimir, stop! 5,000 soldiers are dying. A week are dying. Let's get the peace deal done. Of course, Putin doesn't want to do that because he wants to fucking conquer the country, but whatever. Trump repeated a number he cited in the past to push for a quick resolution to the war in Ukraine without evidence to back up his statement. Oh, so he's just saying random shit to try to pressure the Russians. I don't know, like, why he thinks that's going to be effective, because the Russians probably also have an understanding as to what the casualty amounts are happening in the war. You know, they probably know that it's not 5,000 soldiers a week that are dying, but whatever. Although his figure is far higher than public estimates, a lack of official data to counter his claims meant it was widely quoted with limited pushback. Both Ukraine and Russia closely guard the numbers as state secrets, leaving an information void that others have tried to fill, which he's trying to fill, but sure. True death toll is a matter of intense debate, but experts have used open sources and intelligence estimates to try to calculate how many Ukrainian and Russian troops died throughout the war. Yes, we do know that most of them have been the Russians. So somewhere between 160,000 to 230,000 Russian soldiers. Ukrainian armed forces daily estimates of Russia's troop losses does not separate deaths from those who are wounded. Combined casualties totaled through 950,000 as of April 30th, so almost 1 million for the Russians. Ukraine has avoided publishing its own troop loss figures for most of the war. Zelensky said on February 16th that over 46,000 Ukrainian soldiers have died since February 2022. Wall Street Journal in September, and by the New York Times in August, named Ukrainian troop deaths of 80,000 and 70,000 respectively. Kiev pushed back on these estimates. Losses fluctuate, but the average death tolls is far lower. Because he's saying it's deaths, right? People are obviously dying in the war. 5,000 a week? I don't think so. Across more than 3,000 years of... 3,000? Jesus. 3 years of war, the average number of soldiers killed weekly, even when looking at the highest end of public estimates for both Russia and Ukraine, come far below what Trump cites at less than 2,000 a week. Well, casualties rose during the costly Battle of Bakhmut. Yeah, there was a lot of casualties there. Around 7,000 troops died, and another 8,000 were injured near Pokrovsk alone in January. We got more than this. According to Sierdinsky, fighting is concentrated there with a crucial logistics hub for the Ukrainian front line. Even when factoring in the higher losses of late, the average combined death toll for Ukraine and Russia each week falls short of Trump's comments. So he's just saying it's 5,000 because it's a big fancy number. It's 5,000. That's why. Okay, cool.
Little cities and towns throughout Ukraine. And I'd like to see that stop.
And I asked Caroline this yesterday, but I want to ask you directly. So many of the things that you're trying to do are held up in court right now. If the courts are going to have so much influence over U.S. policy, do you wish you would have just become a judge instead?
Yeah, well, look, it wasn't meant to be that way. If you look at the founders, the president had certain powers, and you have your three groups, and they all had supposed to be pretty equal powers.
Yeah, and you keep fucking violating them all the time, which is why there's fucking problems right now. Which is why you keep getting stopped by the courts. You're trying to be a fucking king, but last time I checked, the U.S. wasn't a fucking monarchy with the executive as the king. But do you think any of these motherfuckers care about that? No.
You can't have a judge in Boston running foreign policy in places all over the country because he's got a liberal bent or he's a radical left person. That's what the executive branch is for. And we have checks and balances. But we had millions of people pour into our country, many criminals poured into our country, murderers, mental institutions from all over the world being emptied out into our country. And if we don't get them out and get them out quickly, we're could lose your country very easily. This is a bad, that anybody would allow this to happen.
Again, like the TPS stuff, he's just lying. It's just a lie. Just a lie.
Into our country. With all of the things, we took over inflation, we took over some wars, we took over a lot of problems that didn't exist when I was president. None of it existed. We wiped out ISIS. Other than that, we had no wars. Putin was never going to hit Ukraine. Israel would have never been attacked. That attack.
Again, you are the one who fucking put up the Abrahamic Accords. You are the one who fucking negotiated that shit. You are a liar. It's just a fucking lie. Because the Abrahamic Accords, I've explained this fucking constantly. That was the main thing that pushed Hamas back into a fucking corner. Shocker, I know. Crazy. That, hey, guess what fucking happened? It pushed them back into a corner, and they were lashed out as a result. That's how it fucking works. Because they had no other options politically. That's how politics works, Trump. But, you know, does he fucking get that? No. Because he decided to, at the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu, not include the Palestinians in any of the negotiations with the Abrahamic Accords. Crazy. Thus leading to Hamas having to do something out of political fucking desperation. Which was, guess what? October 7th. That's the whole point. And what was the other fucking thing? Again, the Kurt Strait incident happened under your fucking goddamn presidency. The separatist war. Because the war actually started, in 2014 between the Ukrainians and the fucking Russians. But, you know, does Trump have any understanding of that? No, of course not.
As you know, Iran had no money. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. They had no money whatsoever. That wasn't going to happen. All of these things that happened.
Yeah, because you, again, this claim is basically what? It's like $250 billion. That was Iran's money, rightfully, and as part of a fucking deal, the U.S. agreed to give back the money that, guess what, some of the sanctions took away from the Iranians because of their attempted continued compliance with the fucking nuclear deal, of which you ripped up. It's nonsense. It's just silly.
Weren't going to happen. You wouldn't have had inflation. So it's very sad when I came back, but the thing that is the hardest is that they allowed 21 million people into our country, and many of those people...
He literally said that they didn't allow 21 fucking million people. And now he's saying that they did allow 21 million people. Again, where the fuck is it? Here we go. No. The 21 million people are the non-citizen immigrants living in the U.S. that are eligible or are receiving temporary protected status. These are the numbers since the fucking 90s. But he's still gonna fucking lie about it anyways. So, whatever.
Are stone cold criminals. They moved their criminal population into the United States, and of all the things that...
Of course, there's no evidence of that.
I solved inflation, I believe, already. I got the fuel prices down. The fuel prices came down. It's one of the reasons they...
The fuel prices came down because of your idiotic belligerence with the fucking tariffs, not because of anything that you did in particular. It's a lie. It's just a lie. It's just a lie. It's just a lie.
Screwed up the energy. They screwed up the cost of gasoline and oil and gas. And
no, you fucking were the one who screwed it up because you tried to fucking bully OPEC into lowering fucking oil prices and gasoline prices because you wanted to get a fucking political win. That's why they started going up to begin with. Do you understand? He just has it's just compulsive lying, and he just doesn't fucking believe anything. Like, that's why it's constantly so fucking frustrating having to fucking listen to all this fucking stupid bullshit, because it's just nothing but constant, consistent lying.
You had tremendous inflation, the greatest inflation probably in the history of our country under Biden. And when people said, oh, but the economy was, no, the economy was terrible for the people because they couldn't afford the energy, and the energy brought everything else up. Energy is the big deal.
That's not the reasoning why the economy was not good. The economy was not good, not because of the inflation, although that fucking played a part. The reason why the economy was considered to be bad was because of the fact that a lot of corporate price gouging was happening as a result of the global inflation that was happening as a result of, COVID, which you initially mismanaged like complete fucking shit. And as a result, inflation started happening because of COVID. That you basically didn't really do anything about until you were forced to do something about it. Stupid.
But with all of that, we solved that already. In 4 months, we solved it. $1.99, $1.98 gasoline. First time people have seen that in a long time since my term. But the hardest thing to solve is millions of people pouring.
Also the $1.99 fucking gasoline stuff. It's just, it's not accurate. It's just not true. We've looked into this before. It depends on the fucking region. It depends in the fucking area. And it's just not $1.98. Because he's trying to say it's $1.98 across the whole country. It's just not true. Like, literally, every fucking American that is in my chat has said, like, actually, the gas prices have gone up. So, just a lie. Just a lie.
Into our country, many of whom are criminals. Because remember, these countries are smart. Their leaders are very street smart. They're sending the people that they don't want. They don't want the people that are there, that are law-abiding, that are productive, that are working hard. They want people that are...
Yeah, you want to know why, Trump? Because why would they fucking leave the fucking goddamn country? If they're law-abiding citizens and are able to earn a living for their fucking, like, in their fucking country. The only time when people generally tend to immigrate out from a fucking country is when, whoa, there's problems with it. Like you have caused with your fucking Venezuelan coup attempt. Again, I've mentioned this before. Why are there a lot of fucking Venezuelans right here in particular? Because of this. Venezuelan coup attempt in 2019. This happened under your fucking watch, buddy. You fucking did this. And whoa, as a fucking result, crazy, you slapped a bunch of crippling sanctions on Venezuela, which, whoa, caused a bunch of fucking migration to happen from the country because the country went into fucking hyperinflation. You are the reasoning why this fucking happened. But, you know, just lie. Just lie. Lie, 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 lie.
They're in jails. We have them. They allow them to come in. And I always look to the other side, like, why would somebody do something? You know, in business, I try and study, why would they want to do this? Why would they want to sell it? Why would they want to buy it? One thing I can't figure out is, what would an administration, what were they thinking when they allowed millions of people from prisons all over the world, not just from South America, Venezuela, all over the world, from the Congo in Africa, hundreds of people, thousands of people from the Congo, rough prisoners, from Asia, from Europe, rough parts of Europe. Why would they allow them to come into our country? Why would they do that? It's the one thing I can't figure out. And
like, he's just lying, dude. It's because of a lot of your fucking policies. Most of them have come from South America and Central America, dude. Because of, again, your fucking policies, dude. Your stupid, dumbass fucking policies that caused the fucking collapse of these governments' economies. But, yeah, well, you know. Just say fucking stupid nonsense. It doesn't fucking matter. Whatever.
I don't believe it was Joe Biden. I really don't. I mean, look, he's been a sort of a moderate person over his lifetime. Not a smart person, but a somewhat vicious person, I will say. If you feel sorry for him, don't feel so sorry because he's vicious. What he did with his political opponent and all of the people that he hurt a lot of people, Biden. And so I really don't feel sorry for him. But he wasn't a person that would allow murderers to come into our country. He wasn't a person that was in favor of transgender for anybody that wanted it, take kids out of families, et cetera, et cetera. So I just don't understand why a thing like this, how a thing like this could have been allowed to happen. Very sad. It's very sad for our country.
I'm just going to say complete fucking nonsense.
The fundamental moral flaw of the left is empathy for the criminals and not empathy for the victims. Empathy for the criminals, but not empathy for the victims.
Don't fucking try to philosophize, you fucking moron. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what do you mean, no empathy for the fucking victims? What the fuck are you talking about? The left, broadly speaking, talks all the time about the problems with fucking crime, how it's a fucking economic issue. And motherfuckers like yourself are the reason why it gets exacerbated and worse. But, you know, does Elon have any fucking understanding of that? No, because he's just a fucking moron.
And there's been way too much of that. That needs to stop. To the president's point, there's been immense judicial overreach that is unconstitutional. That was never intended. And it's undermining the people's faith in the legal system.
No, you're just fucking mad about the fact that they're going after your fucking belligerent bullshit. That's the reason why you guys are having a fucking problem with, like, all the stuff that the courts are doing. No, what you guys are doing is fucking illegal. Like, get bent, stay mad, cope, seethe, maul, dilate.
It needs to stop. It's gone too far.
Just today, we had, just a couple of hours ago, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court, thank goodness. That was very important. We had two important decisions yesterday on the tariffs because, again, we have to be able to fight a fair fight with other.
Again, he's not being accurate when he's talking about the tariffs here. The tariffs, quite literally, it got paused by the fucking Federal Appeals Court. The decision from the International Trade Court, it got paused so they can further assess the merits of the fucking case. That's why.
Countries, Howard, we could say we have to be able to use tariffs to fight people that use tariffs on us. I mean, if we didn't have that power of tariffs, we would economically be destroyed as a country because they will destroy us. Other countries will destroy us with unchecked tariffs. We can check them when we have the use. They tried to take that power away from us, and if you take that power away, we're not going to have a country. We won't have an economically viable country. But it's very important on immigration that we be able to get people out without having to go through a long court case. I mean, it was up to some of these judges. Every single one of these millions of people, criminals, prisoners that were let go from jails because they save a fortune when they do. They brought them into the United States. You know what they're saving?
Yeah, he's just lying about this. Again, you're not upholding your constitutional duty as the president to be a steward of the tenets of the fucking Constitution. It's literally your fucking job. You keep violating not only the fucking Fifth Amendment, but also the fucking Sixth Amendment. That's why these judges, what they're saying, what you're doing is fucking unconstitutional. You can just, I don't know, cope, seethe, dilate, get mad about it.
The money they're saving, but some of murders, it's very important that we're able to get those people out of here fast, bring them back to their country where they belong. And those countries take them, because if they don't take them, they have to go through the wrath of the United States, and they take them. But we have judges that don't want that to happen, and it would be, it's a terrible thing.
Because what you're doing is illegal.
That's going through the court system right now, that whole situation. But when ICE and with Border Patrol, they've done an incredible job. When they do this incredible job, and they capture 100 killers and drug dealers, and we can't.
Yeah, that's just a fault. Like, that's just lies. Like, most of the people that ICE fucking captures are not. They're just not that. They're just not. They're not killers. Like, what? You caught a fucking gay barber? Cool. Yeah, that guy was a criminal. Like, what? Like, a 4-year-old with cancer? A 2 and a 7-year-old? Yeah, dude, totally. All because their fucking mom was a Honduran immigrant. Nonsense. Complete fucking nonsense. Like, he's deporting American fucking citizens now. He's just lying. It's just a lie. TBH, if I was president, I would break the rules and probably disappear the Supreme Court. I mean, he's probably going to do that eventually if the Supreme Court keeps ruling against him. Let's be honest, AJ.
We can't keep them for years here as we go through trials. We have to get them out rapidly, and we know who they are. We know who they are. And
yeah, mostly American fucking citizens and permanent fucking residents who have as much right to be there as your fucking goofy supporters' asses. Get the fuck out of here, dude. What you're doing is illegal. It's illegal.
We're very careful about who they are, but we have to get them out rapidly, or again, we're not going to have a country. Okay?
Maybe
one or two more.
President, that tariff may also affect companies like Tesla, which have cars manufactured abroad. And this is also to you, Mr. Musk.
Well, he's going to end up building his whole car here. I mean, I thought he built his whole car. Pretty much he does. He's got incredible factories, and like I looked at one in Texas. It's unbelievable. No, all of the manufacturers will build their parts here, too. I mean, it used to bother me. They make a part in Canada.
Again, Trump still doesn't fucking understand how this shit works. Again, you have to fucking import raw materials as well. Where are you gonna get the raw materials? What? Does the U.S. have vast fucking lithium stores or some shit to make car batteries? Oh, they don't? Okay, so then guess what? You have to fucking import that from other countries. Silly.
A part in Mexico, a part in Europe, and sent all over the place, and nobody knew what the hell was happening. I think it's ridiculous. You build a car, make it in America, and I gave them a little leeway on that. You know, gave them some leeway. But over the next year, they've got to have the whole thing built in America. That's what we want. We want America to buy American-built cars. Thank you very much.
Again, we talked about this before. There's a reason why that's just fucking stupid and really dumb. It's just not gonna fucking work out like Trump thinks it is. Because, whoa, guess what? It's gonna be way more fucking expensive to produce the fucking cars, and it's gonna significantly grow, it's going to significantly blow up the fucking price of the products that are manufactured only in America. Because again, this isn't fucking Factorio, Trump, where you can just plop down the fucking machines for the factories instantaneously. It doesn't work. He doesn't know how any of this stuff works. He just doesn't, because he has like this fucking autistic fixation in his head that, you know, well, what do you mean? Like, you have to put the people in front of the thing in order to be able to do the thing. I totally know what I'm talking about, guys. It's stupid. It's just dumb. Well, as always, another fucking press conference where Trump was just a complete, utter fucking liar, and he just said total fucking nonsense the whole fucking time. Same with Elon Musk, and they have no idea what they're talking about, and they will never fucking reflect upon any of the illegal actions they keep committing, because again, they hate you, they hate you, they hate you. I don't know. Not really much else to say here besides Trump is a charlatan and a liar, and I don't know. He can go fuck himself. Nice. God, look at all this fucking bullshit we have to fucking go through. I love going through a bunch of bullshit. I love debunking. I love debunking so much. It's my favorite thing to do. I love to debunk. Well, that was fun. I got one more fucking thing to cover. We're gonna take a look at our boy. He's closing the gap. Love that. I really hope that Zohran Mamdani fucking wins, dude. God, it'd be so fucking sick. Like, look at this. Look how close he is. It used to be 8-point difference. And this is just one poll. It is only one poll, of course, but 2-point differences now. It's getting close. Getting close. And also, he's just like, he's so fucking good at politics, dude. Like, he's so fucking good. I want him to win so badly. Like, whenever he fucking talks, it's just, he's on it like a fucking bonnet, dude. It's so fucking good, bro. Fucking Joey fucking Salads, dude. So fucking funny. Yeah, because the most recent thing he said is that he made a fucking add-on is about rent freeze. He wants to freeze the rent. Dude, if this actually fucking happens, it'd be so good. Yeah, the only problem is fucking the AOC and Bernie. They haven't fucking endorsed Zohran yet. I don't really know why they're not doing it. Oh yeah, here we go. This is what I wanted to find. All right. Well, what do we have here? Zohran Mamdani, he's closing the fucking gap with Cuomo. So, if I recall correctly, it's like a ranked choice voting, basically, and a bunch of candidates go in, and you have to, like, vote people. The New York sort of primary system for mayoralship is a little weird, but, you know, I get it. Dude, this poll reporting 8 points away. We got another one saying now he's 2 points away. He can fucking do it, man. He can do it, dude. It's gonna be fucking sick. I heard, like, really the only criticism that I'd have to say here is of AOC and Bernie. I'm pretty sure if they fucking endorse Zohran Mamdani, I think that's probably going to be the push that's going to, I don't know, bring the proverbial sort of, I don't know, I'm trying to think what the correct term is here. The sort of, like, proverbial fucking, it's going to be pretty much the final push. There we go. The final proverbial push that Zohran needs in order to win. Because, again, Andrew Cuomo, this is the fucking dude who let a bunch of people die in fucking... who let a bunch of people die in nursing homes during COVID. Andrew Cuomo, nursing homes. Like, he fucking sucks. New York COVID-19 nursing scandal. Basically, he put a bunch of nursing... he put a bunch of, like, old people in a bunch of nursing homes during COVID-19 when it was advised to not do that, when they were, like, basically hotbeds of disease. He put them in there, and guess what? Whoa, a bunch of them fucking died. Crazy. Also, what's up, Conda Buddy? How's it going, dude? What else? Andrew Cuomo has a bunch of sexual assault allegations under his belt. So that's cool. That's epic and fantastic. Also, thanks for the follow, Conda Buddy. Appreciate that, bud. Let's see. Andrew Cuomo. Sexual assault allegations. That's another thing that's happening with Cuomo. So that's pretty cool. What? 56th governor of New York was accused of sexual harassment by multiple women. So DOJ says Andrew Cuomo sexually harassed 13 women. Yikes. So, you know, we love the fact that the Democratic establishment is doing everything possible to push this fucking a dumbass rapist slash elder murderer upon everyone else. So that's cool. Fantastic. We love that for us, don't we, folks? Don't we, folks? But, you know, let's take a look at what Zohran has to say.
Getting back on your feet after a long holiday weekend is tough, but here's some news that'll put some pep in your step. Like all campaigns, we hired a research firm to poll New Yorkers. What they just found? It's very exciting. Let's start with the headlines. We're now at 27% in the first round of ranked choice voting, firmly in second place behind Andrew Cuomo, with the next campaign in single digits. And in the final round, after every other candidate's been eliminated, it's us at 44% and Cuomo at 56%.
And it's been closing, that gap. It's closing. So this was what? This was a few days before, right? Like, yeah, this was a few days before. And this was, shit that's coming out, like, yesterday? No, not yesterday. Like, 2 days before. Around the same time. Polling's always gonna fucking vary, of course.
A 12-point gap. In March, it was 40 points. And we've gotten here while a
true.
third of New Yorkers still haven't heard of us. That means we're nowhere near our ceiling. That's where you come in. Yes, we're gonna have more rallies, more TV ads, more videos like this, and that's all thanks to your contributions. Just this past weekend, our volunteers passed 600,000 doors knocked.
Based.
No one else is even in the same galaxy, let alone the same neighborhoods.
Based.
With less than a month to go, we're going to win a city that New Yorkers can actually afford and send Andrew Cuomo back to the suburbs.
True. We love Zohran Mamdani, our favorite guy. But, you know, let's keep making fun of Andrew Cuomo, because he fucking sucks. The so-called competence candidate, because that's how he's, like, advertising himself. Andrew Cuomo breaks the law, mishandles money, and bends the knee to billionaires so much you'd think he's running to be Donald Trump, not mayor of New York City. Let's see. Andrew Cuomo is docked another $675K in matching funds for alleged coordination with a super PAC. Ooh, what's going on? Fix the city NYC, and it's going to apply to a spending cap, so we won't be able to spend as much as other candidates in the race. Wah, 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 wah.
At its May 12th meeting, found reason to believe that Fix the City's $622,056 expenditure for an ad distributed on May 4, 2026.
It's a little quiet.
Not independent.
Don't think I can do much about that.
Shortly after that meeting, Fix the City reported spending an additional $675,419.75 to continue airing the same ad.
Whoops.
The board continued an investigation into this matter, and based on the findings of this investigation thus far, continues to find reason to believe that the expenditure was not independent of the Cuomo campaign. Accordingly, the board has withheld public funds in the amount of the total spent on this ad to date, $1,297,475.07.
And this is all on one fucking ad campaign. So, you know, competence candidate who does a very good job at managing his money for, I don't know, all the fucking dumbass billionaire super PACs that Andrew Cuomo likes to court around and pal around with. So that's cool. Not to mention, Andrew Cuomo was so lazy to come up with policy that he used ChatGPT to come up with policy. I don't remember exactly, right? Like, here we go. Yeah, it was housing plan. He announced a fucking housing plan with ChatGPT. What? His housing plan included a garbled section with incomplete sentences and a link to a citation retrieved by ChatGPT. Yikes. That's crazy. Spoke about it at a Sunday morning church service, promised to build and preserve 500,000 units of housing, most of them affordable, and prominently noted his years working as housing secretary for the Clinton administration. The impact of his plan was diluted by a distinctly 21st century imbroglio? I don't know how to pronounce that word. One involving artificial intelligence, voice-to-text software, and questionable proofreading skills. The 29-page housing plan included incoherent babble and ChatGPT-derived hyperlink to a news article as first reported by Hellgate, a local news site. This episode, in his apparent carelessness, fueled criticism of Mr. Cuomo, who, despite having quickly accumulated more than $1.5 million in fundraising dollars, some of which was from a super PAC, and now he's being capped from spending a bunch of money because he's not supposed to do that, has limited his media availability and allowed his campaign to rest heavily on name recognition. I did the hard work to pass city laws that will create 120,000 new housing units. Adrienne Adams, the New York City Council Speaker, who is among 8 prominent Democrats challenging Mr. Cuomo in the mayoral primary, wrote on social media. Andrew Cuomo asked ChatGPT what his housing policy should be. Guess someone does need on-the-job training. Yeah, I thought he was the housing secretary under the Clinton administration. Whoops. Cuomo campaign, so the policy paper was written by Paul Francis, a policy advisor who previously served as budget director for Governor Eliot Spitzer, director of state operations for Governor David Patterson, and director of agency redesign and efficiency for Mr. Cuomo. I guess they used ChatGPT to write up a housing policy. Mr. Francis had said his left arm amputated in 2012, and in an interview on Monday said that he relied on voice recognition software. That, he said, explains the several instances of incoherent language in the policy brief. Bro, you still used fucking ChatGPT to fucking write up the fucking housing policy. That doesn't disprove that, but okay. Hard to type with one hand, he said, so I dedicate. And what happens when you dictate is that sometimes things get garbled. And try as I might, when I proofread, sometimes they get by me. Sure. Still doesn't acknowledge the ChatGPT stuff. Oh, he just admits it. Missy using ChatGPT to do research, much as people use Google. Okay, the problem with using fucking ChatGPT is that very often ChatGPT uses Google and other search engine websites in order to pick out particular words in articles or papers or whatever. It takes them, jumbles them all up together to present some form of coherent policy or something. When in reality, what ChatGPT thinks is coherent, a lot of other policy experts would look at that and be like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is it being said here? That's the fucking problem. So, whatever. The fact that the ChatGPT reference in the paper is connected in a link to an article by Gothamist merely demonstrates that he would never use artificial intelligence for researching without checking citations, he said. It is clearly not a writing tool, it was a research tool. Yeah, except ChatGPT is not a very good fucking research tool because it could just jarble up a bunch of nonsense together and be like, yeah, this is probably coherent enough or something. Like, if you want to do research, you look into, like, different surveys, statistics, articles, blah, 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 blah. That's how you do research. Like, you know, I don't want to say and pretend like what I'm doing is fucking, like, significant fucking research. I'm not gonna, like, I'll suck my own dick a little bit, but at least I have some fucking due diligence. Nevertheless, several candidates for mayor this year have either called directly for a rent increase or for other measures that would tilt the scale towards lower rent increases. This is politically convenient posture, but to be in victory if small landlords in particular, are simply unable to maintain their buildings. Yeah, sure, dude. Whatever. By Monday morning, that paragraph and 2 others had been edited, but the hyperlink containing the ChatGPT reference remained. Rich Azzopardi, a spokesperson for the Cuomo campaign, argued that the instances of muddled language indicate that the paper was not, in fact, written by artificial intelligence. Sure, man. Totally. If it was written by ChatGPT, we wouldn't have had the errors. Are you telling me that ChatGPT is not prone to making a bunch of errors when it fucking writes up some garbled fucking nonsense? Sure, dude. Housing was one of the primary issues animating the mayor's race as New York City faces its worst housing crisis in more than half a century. In January, more than 120,000 New Yorkers slept in shelters, including more than 40,000 children, according to a tracker maintained by Coalition for the Homeless. Fully employed adults live in homeless shelters because they are unable to afford rent. Lotteries for subsidized units that get built attract thousands of applicants because housing fucking sucks. Because it's for profit. Almost as if something that is inelastic demand should be for profit. Nah, you know. Mr. Cuomo's housing strategy was a particular interest because of his background. While Mr. Cuomo presided as governor over the tightening of the housing market, he also created an organization to serve the homeless and chaired a mayoral commission on homelessness during David N. Dickens' administration. Mr. Cuomo's plan, called the Addressing New York's Housing Crisis, calls for building and preserving 500,000 units of housing over 10 years, with similar strategies to that proposed by current Mayor Eric Adams in 2022. Mr. Cuomo said he would lean hard on tax incentives for developers. Yes, because the developers need more fucking money. Sure, dude. Not the fact that, you know, housing should be fucking subsidized. What, commit more funding to subsidize affordable housing? No, that's not gonna fucking help the fucking problem. What you need to do is you need to build more fucking affordable units and not a bunch of luxury fucking condos. Because again, developers with these tax incentives, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna want to build more luxury condos and stuff like that for speculative real estate assets. That's the fucking problem. They're gonna want to build luxury condos and shit. So guess what? You make them, with those tax incentives, build more fucking goddamn affordable housing. It doesn't need to be fucking subsidized more and more because it's already supposed to be affordable. The main problem is all the fucking speculative real estate that's happening. And invest in pension funds into housing developing. Or invest pension funds into housing development. Why does he have to use pension funds to do that? Just tax the fucking rich, dude. Tax the fuck out of a bunch of New York City billionaires and stuff, and there you go. You get the fucking money. Easy. But he doesn't want to fucking do that because guess what? He's the fucking candidate that's backed by the Democratic establishment. And I really do fucking hope that AOC and Bernie Sanders fucking endorse Zohran Mamdani relatively fucking soon. Like, I will begin to lose faith in those two motherfuckers if they don't fucking do it, dude. Like, really. I'll be like, why? Like, he's literally you guys. This is everything possible. Zohran also lives in fucking Queens, which is AOC's fucking district. Just endorse the man. He is literally everything that these people purport to fucking believe, but they haven't fucking done it yet. It's nonsense. It's stupid. Where's like the rent freeze commercial? Small businesses, big priority. That's his, what small businesses are. Where's the rent freeze stuff? Right, because he's promoting a sort of a rent freeze, basically saying like, hey, rent is really high. Maybe we should give some relief to New Yorkers, so you know we can sort of fix the housing affordability crisis. Which, guess what, would be a huge boon for fucking New Yorkers, and is what local housing advocates have been pushing consistently. But again, guess what? Like, I've talked about this before, and with, like, my criticisms of the fucking abundance agenda, these stupid fucking freaks, the problem is, with the abundance agenda, is consistently, they never go after the main vestiges of power, and that is money and fucking politics. You want to know why there's constantly a lot of housing problems that happen in municipal districts and areas all the time? Developers are the ones with the power. They very often bribe local politicians by giving them campaign contributions in order to be able to approve and give tax incentives like what Cuomo wants to give to build luxury condos. Because again, for them, they just want to make money from housing. And if you have luxury developments as speculative real estate assets, that's how you make a fucking killing in terms of profit with housing. That's the fucking point. It's not the... I was about to say, that's like the reason why 2008 happened. Not exactly. That's a little bit different. But there's going to be like a sort of like modern iteration of 2008. Quite literally, the fucking Great Recession. Is instead of through like, through like a lack of affordable fucking housing and like basically a bunch of real estate companies packaging together certain AA and like AAA fucking and like A, double B, triple B fucking I'm trying to remember. It's like bonds, I think, into triple fucking A investments. Whoa. Crazy. Instead of like lying about that and causing a fucking economic crash, what you can do instead is, hey, build a bunch of fucking affordable housing, so people can afford rent. But that wouldn't be good for these real estate developers because again, for them, what do they fucking mostly care about? Whoa, crazy, making fucking money off of speculative real estate assets. But personally, as always, vote for Zohran Mamdani for New York City mayor. You want someone to fucking fight for you? To actually go after those who cause the most fucking problems in your fucking life? The billionaires and capital real estate developers, all these fucking lobbyists and motherfuckers who constantly make life worse for you and make it impossible to afford rent and live in the fucking city that you want to live in, you should vote for him because of his fucking policies to lower rent, make New York, generally speaking, more fucking affordable, and, whoa, crazy, generally speaking, improve your fucking life. Who would have thought such a thing could be possible for a politician to propose? But, you know, if there's one motherfucker who's willing to fucking do it, it's this man right here, which is why you should probably vote for him. Alright. Cool. Lovely. Ugh. We are done. Done, 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 done. Close. Very cool. Very good. Who are we going to raid out to today? Man, we got a bunch of dumbass Asmongold fans real mad today, huh? Semantics arguments. Semantics. Why are you not dealing with semantics? Think of the semantics of the argument. No, because who the fuck cares? It's stupid. I hate you. Shut up. Semantics arguments are dumb and stupid, and I don't care about them. Why don't we raid out to fucking Boy Meets Mini? Alright. You know what to do, you know what to say, as always, gamers. Transstride with the Daho raid butt if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoWie with the Daho raid butts. How we show appreciation. Those are into case gamers. I will be back tomorrow. And we'll be continuing, I don't know, our misadventures into the world of politics, I suppose, and whatnot. Maybe getting more dumb fucks to debate with. I love that. I love having random dipshits come into chat so I can yell at them. It's one of my favorite things to do, to be honest. Alright, anywho, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face.